All right, y'all. If y'all are watching, I'm trying to get the links into the Facebook pages. That's why I've been quiet. So hold on. I'm going to add somebody's name here. Um, so, like I said, just give me a couple minutes. Yeah, Eric. Eric's texted me, so I need your email address, Eric. It's the only part. I'm trying to put the link in the description. I mean, the link in the Facebook pages, and then I realized some people don't have Facebook. Um, so, all right, hold on a second, Eric. I'll send you a link. Uh, there you go. Just sent one to Eric. Let's see. Oh, I gotta get the chat up. So give me a minute. Sorry for being late today. I was just it's actually taking a nap in my recliner here. So give me a minute. Let me pull up the chat. I'm bombing right now. I'm just bombing. I'm telling you. So after this initial stuff, it gets better. I promise. When we had some people come in, let me mute this here. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, I was trying to get now I see the chat. So yeah, there we go. Got that. Trying to get the initial stuff out of the way. Like I said, I am bombing at it right now. Eric, did you get the email? Here, let's see if I can do it in here. Paste. There we go. There. It's in the chat. So if y'all want to come in from that, go ahead. And thank you, Ray, for the zone damp for that. It was that EWC damper is bad as hell. So
hey Ralph, what's
John,
up, man?
what's going on, man? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Let's
Hello?
see what's going on here.
Is it my earbud?
Let's see. Eric, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Anybody? Now, all right. So I got it now. Yeah, I got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep. I can hear everybody now. Now, all right. So I got it now. Yeah, I got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep. I can hear everybody now. Now, all right. So I got it now. Yeah, I got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep. I can hear everybody now. Now,
Testing.
I got it now. Yeah, I got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. I can hear everybody now. All right. So I don't know. Like I said, so how'd you get in, Eric? Did it work? Did it work?
Eric, you sound like you're huffing helium.
Yeah, that's what you sound like. You sound like your voice has changed. He's gonna be back.
Yeah, he.
Hey, at least I'm not working this time.
Yeah.
He joins up, the first time he comes in, he does it, and then when he comes back, it'll be fixed.
Oh, cool.
Is it better now?
Yeah, you're better.
It seems to happen the first time I join every time.
That's
I
what.
don't know what it is.
That's like Chris just said. That's what Chris just said. Oh, let's see, Joe. Joe, do you want to join?
And then did y'all watch that video he posted earlier with that Rheem condenser fan motor?
No,
If that blade was any lower, I mean, they put an aftermarket motor in, and it's the rectangular condenser, so it's not over the compressor.
Oh,
the blade was damn near the end of the shaft.
Wow. Wow.
It's pretty funny.
Hey, Chris, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you post that link in your different groups or whatever?
Yeah. Give me a minute. No, actually, it's got me blocked from adding somebody.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see.
You have complete control, Ralph.
Oh shit! I don't like it when that happens. I do not like it when that happens. Let's see. But what'd you say that? Who was it that said that link took you to the? Oh, it was Eric. I'm gonna. Didn't you say the link took you to the YouTube thing? The video?
Yeah, the link in the chat worked. I'm saying you
Okay.
emailed me a link to the YouTube video.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, guys, I got to go. One of my technicians just showed up. He's got some questions for me.
All right. It's a little late, isn't it?
Well, you know, we work out here in Arkansas.
Jesus. All right. Well, we'll be here. So, let's see. Oh, Game 4 NBA is on. Sorry, Justin. Can't do it. Sorry, I didn't know. I would have came on at 9 o'clock, but I was sleeping. I fell asleep and just woke up. I had a long day, man. Anybody have anything interesting happen? I know you did there, Chris, when your unit was 9.5 pounds full of too much overcharged.
Yeah, slightly. So, just so everybody can hear the whole story, because not everybody here is not in the group text.
Right.
I got a phone call last night. Lady called. She said, hey, she's like, we're needing somebody else to come out and look at our unit. She said, I've had somebody here, and they've been here twice in the last 3 days, and our unit's still not working right. I said, okay. I said, well, what's kind of been going on with it? And she said, well, they come out the first time, and they put some little silver can-looking thing in it. So I assumed capacitor.
Right.
And then she said, then we were mowing and stuff the next day, and she said there was a fog coming out from next to the unit. So I was like, okay. She said, so we had to have a leak fixed, and the guy charged the unit, but now it's not running again. She said the fan comes on, but it doesn't sound like the other parts coming on. So I said, all right. I said, well, I can come out first thing in the morning would be the only available time I have. So I went there first thing this morning. I get there, and just to paint a picture, basically they had removed the high side service valve completely. and just put a piece of 3/8 in there, just straight through. No service valve, no service port, nothing. Just that and a new filter dryer. And they use straight Stay Bright 8. It's pretty obvious.
You hope it's Stay Bright 8.
Yeah, I hope it's that. I'm assuming it is. So the first thing I do when I get there, I notice the condenser's filthy. And I mentioned to her that, one, I don't know how they charged the unit because, charged it back because, they could only check their suction pressure. And she said, well, I've got the ticket up here where they done the work. So I look at the ticket, and on the ticket, they wrote, fixed leak, recharge unit with 407C. So I go back out, I pull the wires off to check the compressor with my Mago meter, and start winding to ground, instant red light, bad. Run to ground, red light, bad. So I showed them. We got to talking about options, what they needed to do, and all that. And I said, out of curiosity, I said, would you guys care if I pulled the charge out of this? Because I said, I'm just curious, because I said, judging by the repair they done, I said, and that the fact that they couldn't get accurate pressures, with a dirty condenser, and, there's no high side service port or service, nowhere to check it. I was like, I'd like to see how much is in it. The factory charge was close to 4 pounds.
Wow.
I pulled over 9 pounds of 407C out of that unit.
It's insane. I mean, it really was.
And I told her, I said, I asked her, I said, did it not sound funny? She's like, yeah. She said, man, she said, when it would first after it would kick on, she said it did make some weird noises, but he told us it was just because it went dry on us. It was just wearing out, I said, well, it was chopping liquid is what it was doing.
Wow.
So, but they're in need of a new system besides that, because their air handler had the A coil was just choke solid and rusted, and so I gave them a price on fixing everything right, and we'll see what happens. So
cool.
Man, they're gonna call them other people back out. They'll take the suction service valve off too.
Now, was that a warranty call or no? A home warranty?
No, that was working straight for the homeowner.
So at least it wasn't a home warranty.
Oh yeah, thank God.
Yeah, that would be one of those calls. It'd be really tough.
Oh yeah. I did a home warranty yesterday. I showed up. I asked the lady, I said, okay, so what you got going on? She's like, oh, it's running. It runs fine. But she said, it's loud. She said, when it shuts off, as soon as it shuts off, it makes this horrible noise. So I tell her, I go in, I turn it on, I walk outside. It's dirty, of course, but it's not horrible. And I let it run about 15, 20 minutes, and I pulled the disconnect. As soon as I pulled the disconnect, there's this loud clunk and a squeal.
Right. Wow.
And I was like, that's not good. And it was most definitely coming from the compressor. And she said, so what do we do? I said, well, I'll call it in. I'll tell them what it's doing. I said, you're fixing to have a mechanical failure with your compressor at some point. So I said, I'll call them and tell them. I honestly didn't think they'd do anything, because normally if it's running, they won't pay for shit.
Really?
Yeah. Normally if it's running and working, they say, well, we really have to wait until we have a failure to pay for anything.
That's crazy.
So, and it was a 1996 or 97 ICP, 2.5 ton condenser.
Wow.
And I called them. I told them what was going on. Gave them model number, serial number. Gave them the number off the compressor. And today they called me, and they're sending me a compressor.
Wow. And put 407C in it. And be.
Yep.
And they pay you
Yep.
for a dryer and everything?
Yeah, I'm providing my dryer and all that. And
Now, do you, when you do these calls, because you've heard me talk about home warranty guys,
yeah,
do you tell them there's, all these BS fees?
do
Like,
what?
do you tell them there's all these fees, all these extra fees, instead of just saying, hey, your costs that you're going to have to pay me is, X amount of dollars, instead of making up like, they had a pad leveling fee of $185 at one call I went to. And then the girl
No.
called and questioned about it, and they said, well, we use a fiber optic pad and it costs more. And then
A fiber optic
I'm
pad.
serious. I'm serious.
A fiber optic what?
Pad. There was a $185 pad leveling fee.
A fiber optic
No, the only thing.
one, so like it has like tubes running through it that give you high speed internet. I mean,
Yeah. Apparently for our
Like
new
fiber optic?
gauges. Yeah.
So the only thing that we charge for is legitimate stuff. So
Right.
like we charge $55 to hook a recovery unit up. That's
Right.
just our So yeah, we bill for that.
Right.
Here's why I run into trouble with them. Like the other day, we've got one it was an old Williams furnace. Okay, so the furnace is like 78 inches tall.
Uh-huh.
Well, they added AC to it, so the AC is in a crawl space.
Oh hell.
And they put a slab coil in a crawl space because
Right.
a slab coil is the only thing that will go through
The door.
the foundation
Right.
to get under there. Well, I finally located a slab coil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I tell them, listen, I can get American Standard slab coil. This is the dimensions. This is part number. But I said, I want to provide my own coil because I know it'll fit.
Right.
And they said, that's fine. We'll let you do that. So they said, okay, what do you got as far? And I told them, I was like, there's going to be some duct work involved because it is a different size coil than what's there, And I said, we're going to have to fabricate the duct in sections and drag it underneath there and put it together in place.
Right.
And there's only enough room in this crawl space for one person. It's tight. Yeah.
Wow.
And this house had an addition put on it.
Right.
So there's an old foundation wall that you have to crawl all the way around, go in through the old hole.
I've been in one of those. It sucks.
Yeah. So my technician who was there, I asked him, I said, now, legitimately, because I can't fit in there. He's the only one that can of the two of us.
Right.
I said, how long is it going to take you to do this? He said, just to play it safe, I want a day. He said, it's a lot of in and out.
Yeah.
I said, that's fine. That's all you got to tell me. I was like, that's why I ask.
And he may have to go back tomorrow or the next day.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so I told the home warranty 10 hours to be safe.
Right.
And they said, oh my goodness, why so long? So I explained it to them.
Pictures, man.
And they said, well, I sent them all the pictures.
Right.
And they said, okay. They said, well, of that 10 hours, how long of that 10 hours would you consider to be access? I was like, I don't know. How do you suspect I quantify that?
Right, exactly. The whole time.
Yeah. So they said, well, okay, so you figure if this was an easy crawl space in and out and you didn't have to do none of that, say best case scenario in a crawl space, how long would it take you?
6 hours.
I was like, yeah, that's what I told. I was like, 5-6 hours. They said, okay, 5 hours. We'll put 5 hours on there. And, yeah. So I get a phone call from the homeowner 2 hours later wanting to know why it's going to cost them $1,000 to have the coil replaced.
Right.
And I explained to him, I was like, well, I didn't know they were going to bill that back to you, but I said, this is what I told them. And something I've started doing is I've got it set up on my phone. Most of my phone calls, when it comes up, I can hit one button and it records my calls.
Right.
So when the home warranty calls you, they always say, this is so-and-so with this company. I need to notify you that we record our calls for training purposes.
Right.
I said, okay, well, I need to notify you. This is Chris Greathouse of Greathouse Mechanical, and we also record our phone calls for and I hit record.
Right.
Because if they're going to try to use it against me, they use it to protect myself.
Right.
And on 3 separate occasions, I've had to do that.
Right.
Mainly, this is where I run into it. Whenever I call in a diagnosis and then they want prices.
Right.
I had one just the other day. They said, "Can you service the Marion area?" I said, "I can with a service, with a travel fee." They said,
Right.
"Okay, well, how much is your travel fee?" I said, $65. They said, "Okay," and then they said, and we went through everything. Well, then she started reading. I said, "All right." I said, "Now read everything back to me so we're on the same page." She said, "Okay, you're charging," because it was an emergency call. She's like, "Okay, well, you're $112.50 an hour for the overtime to go down there, and you're at $55 an hour or $55 travel fee." I said, "No, it's 65." She said, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry." So I'll change that, 55. No, 65. Oh, I'm sorry. See, they do that to you.
Right. Right.
And I flipped out. I was like, "Nope, forget it. Find somebody else." "Well, you just said you go." I said, "Nope. If you're going to try to play word games with me and get knocked $10 off the travel fee, then find somebody else." And I hung up on them.
Right. So what company is it?
It's Cross Country Home Services and HMS is the one I primarily deal with.
Right.
American Home Shield owes me about $2,800 right now, and I can't seem to get anybody to answer me as to why I don't have a check.
Yeah, I did that condenser for those girls the other day, and they did take the buyout. So I'm hoping they said no, we're going to have it cut right now, and it's 7 to 10 days. And I'm like, I'm hoping they send the money pretty quickly because they paid me part of it. They paid me their part of it, but
Right.
still need the $920 or whatever that they owe.
Right. Because the last time I talked to my regional rep, I asked him how come I wasn't paid, and he said that there was a problem with the way I submitted my paperwork. So I resubmitted it.
Right.
And then they come back and said one of the claims was over 30 days old, so they don't have to pay it.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, I fought with them on that. And now I told them, I said, "Well, all these orders you're sending through are going to pile up because I ain't doing another job for you until I got some money." So,
Wow.
so
Well,
what I've been doing is calling the homeowners as they come in, and I just tell the homeowners like, "Hey, I would recommend you call them back and tell them to find you somebody else, or I can come out and do the work for you. You can pay me, and then you could have them pay you."
hey,
So,
let's see. Adrian Wright said, you said HMS, are they any good?
HMS and Cross Country Home Services are they're all the same entity.
Right.
It's just 2 divisions of it.
Right.
You got to be careful because one or the other pays every 30 days, and it's 30 calendar days. So it's 30 days from the date of invoice.
Right.
The other one pays 30 days from the date of invoice, business days. So it's actually 45 days you have to wait, roughly.
They get you somehow, don't they?
Yeah. So what I done this year, the beginning of the year, back in March, I sent an email to my regional rep, and I said that our labor rate for the home warranty, because they don't ever let me provide my equipment.
Right.
So I sent a letter to them, and I told them we were going to have a labor increase. My normal rate for working for a customer for service work is $75 an hour.
Right.
But doing service work for the home warranty, we're $98 an hour.
Well,
So
you got to get yours somehow. It's just like I said, I don't know. Some of these guys, there was a guy in Louisiana that well, he still does American Home Shield work, and he says he said he was allowed so many jobs like per month or something like that, and he said I forget how many jobs it was, but he said he was doing really well, and that's really the only work he did. And then a big company came in and was probably lining the pockets of somebody, and they cut his His call is down
Yeah.
tremendously.
Well, the way Home Shield does it, once you're like, see, like I'm set up to where I'm supposed to get paid direct deposit now, because after you do so many calls, it like ups your whatever.
Right.
But then they put you on this, it's like some computer algorithm, okay? And the best way it was this explained to me, they take the number of calls that you do, and then it combines that with the average ticket cost, their cost, and then the average non-covered charges for the customer. And then it gives you a score of like 500 to 2,000.
Right.
Okay. If your score falls closer to 500, they send you more calls because essentially you charge less overall.
Right.
And
And
if your score is,
that must have been what he's talking about.
yeah. So, and also they started a deal now to where like you can have your local supplier, you take paperwork to them, and basically, Home Shield will set up an account with your local supplier. So, like, they'll give you a PO number.
I wouldn't
so it's
do that
almost
to my
like
local supplier.
right. So it's almost like you're working for another company. Like you go in there and you give them a PO and they bill them. But I found out from my supplier here in town when I was talking to him, because he looked into it and he's like, "No, we're not doing that." Because he's like, they want us to give. He's like, they're wanting us to sell them stuff at cost, basically. And he's like, why would I want to do that?
Exactly. I don't blame him.
And I was like, I don't blame you either. I was like, my whole point was getting people taken care of quicker.
Right.
Like that compressor, I told them people, when I talked to them today, because see, they deal with Carrier primarily, Carrier and ICP, okay?
Right.
So what they do, they'll call Carrier corporate, and they'll give them a compressor number and ask them, hey, can you find us a supplier in this person's area and give us a compressor that will cross-reference? Well, majority of the time, it's a freaking LG compressor, and the clock position on everything's off. The compressor, I had 2 compressors on 2 separate occasions that were 2.5 inches too tall. The freaking fan, you couldn't even put the top of the condenser back on.
Oh, shit, yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, why? And I just told him, I was like, if you're not going to send me a Copeland to put back in there, I said, if you send me an LG, I'm not going to do the job.
Right.
I'll just deny the. I'll just say you sent me the wrong one, and the semi truck can take it back. So, yeah, I've gotten to the point now especially now that we're busy,
right,
where it's like I have a lot more freedom to kind of stick it back at them.
Yeah. Eventually, you'll be like, I'm not doing your work no more.
Yeah, I mean, they call me on average. This week on average, I've gotten 8 to 10 calls a day.
Yeah.
And majority of them are wanting me to travel outside of my area, down south, because down south near Southern Illinois University, it's a very densely populated area. And there are some good contractors down there, a couple of them which I know, and they do good work, but nobody will do work for them. They have just burnt all the bridges in that area,
right,
and nobody will do work for them. The one guy I was telling you about with the slab coil,
right.
we were the 4th company they sent out there.
Wow.
The 4th company. Their air has been out since April 19th.
Yeah.
And now we're starting to get in 90-degree days, and this guy's like, this is ridiculous. He's like, why can't they? And I said, it's because they're shopping the price, man. They don't care about you. They're shopping. All they're looking at is numbers on paper. So,
yeah, I'm not a fan of them, of course. Most people
like
know
I said, primarily, the only reason I started it was to start building a client, making relationships with people in my area.
Now, when you do go out there, do you offer like maintenances?
Nope.
You don't, huh?
Nope. The only thing we do is if they need their coil cleaned or something like that, we tell them that we do offer that as a service. And
Right.
we do maintenances, but I don't even give them a price because I don't. At first I did, and people were a bit apprehensive, like, just fix it. That's all I need. I need it fixed. So I found out that I can build a better customer relation with them if I focus on that first, and then especially new home buyers that have never had a home warranty.
Right.
I sit down and I basically spend the first 10 minutes explaining to them, how this is going to work.
Right.
And I said, listen, I'm not supposed to talk to you about the diagnosis. I'm not supposed to do this, but you know what? That's out the window. I said, I just tell them, like, I'm going to figure out what's wrong with it. I'm going to tell you what's wrong with it. And then I'm going to call them while I'm here, and you're going to stand right here by me, okay?
So you can hear the whole conversation?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And on 3 or 4 occasions, the home warranty did not know the homeowner could hear the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then called the homeowner while I was there and told them something completely different.
Wow.
So, and actually those people still, all 3 of those situations that happened, those people still use us today.
Right. Now, did you get rid of the home warranty?
Yes, all 3 of them did.
That's what you need to do.
All 3 of them did.
Just start talking crap on home warranty on YouTube until they pay you not to talk about them, like they did with
yeah.
Yep.
That's like a lucrative. We can quit AC. We just need to start talking crap on home warranty until they offer us a big enough number and we can retire.
They will definitely give you a check. I can tell you.
Can you disclose that in the group text? Like, what was the amount?
I can't know.
I'm just curious. I want to know how much money I can make from this because I don't get any money from YouTube.
Well, I could have probably put a couple zeros in it.
Just saying, put it in the group text of what they gave you specifically. That's what I need to aspire to in life.
Yeah, I will.
I tell you what.
We won't mention it here.
Was it a number you gave them, or was it a number they came to you with?
No, no. I gave it to them, but I was driving, and it was at the end of the conversation, and I just threw a number out there, and my son was like, "You dumbass! You could have got more," because he was reading the comments, and there was pages of comments.
Yeah. Well, and I have considered doing something similar to what you done, but with this company that I deal with so much, because like last year, they sent me. Okay, so my supply house is right near downtown. And I went to a house literally 3 blocks from the supply house, called the supply house. They had the compressor in stock.
Right.
It was there. Called them, said, hey, I can have this compressor in 30 minutes and have this lady's air on. How much? I told them. They said, nope, we're not going to pay that. We're going to send you one.
Yep.
First one they sent me, LG, too tall. Right. They sent me another one that was, it was an oddball. I don't remember what it was. Oh, they sent me an LG scroll, and then they sent me a Tecumseh rotary, and it had a recip, and then I was like, well, this ain't even the right type. So they said, okay, well, we'll send you another one. A week went by, I never got it. I called them. I was like, oh, well, you got to ship that other one back. I was like, why can't the truck just pick it up when they bring the other one?
Oh, it don't work like that.
Yeah, so, but nobody told me that.
Right.
So, long story short, 5 weeks it took to get her air conditioner.
Holy shit.
And it was all on them when I could have literally drove 5 minutes, picked it up, and had it put in.
Yeah, it's a nightmare, man. It's a nightmare for people.
So, and she was actually one of the people who, when it was all said and done with, she was one of the people who, she'd been paying on her she had a home warranty for over 5 years.
Well, these people they had it for 17 years.
That is insane.
Yeah. 17 years.
I saw a new brand of compressor the other day. It started with a D. I can't even remember, but it said made in Thailand on it. And I asked the guy at the counter if it's made by Ladyboys, and he said he didn't know. It wasn't Daewoo, but it was a D. It was something I never heard of before in my life.
Don't fucking buy it.
Yeah.
Eric loves LGs though.
Oh man, I love them. They're moneymakers.
Oh well.
LG, the bottomless pit of hellfire.
I mean, when a unit's 5 years old, I've already changed every circuit board, the inverter compressor, both condenser fans, and the coil's getting ready to go next. I mean, I'm just like, you know, if Google Effects was still here, I'd make that cash register sound, but you guys get the idea.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's going to be next is a condenser coil. I imagine before summer's over, I'll have an oscillating sprinkler on it to get them through the summer until we can actually have it down to change it.
Oh.
You can't even properly charge the unit because it's supposed to maintain a 400 head pressure or less, and it can't.
What's it maintaining?
It doesn't. Like I said, it's supposed to maintain 400, so it varies with the load. So it's getting up in like the 450s.
Wow.
I've seen it up as high as like 500.
Holy shit. Hey, I seen a unit up at 600. My testos were blinking at that point.
I had a Testo Smart Probe on a unit, and it went up to 734 psi.
Holy shit.
I had a
didn't
good
blow
one
up
up
once.
to 640.
People talk crap about the Testo Smart Probes exploding. They explode from batteries, not from pressure.
Yeah.
That's funny. That thing never landed.
Yeah, that Zach, I think everybody's seen that video that I posted on Working Joe's. That one I had, it got to 640. Man, when it did, that compressor was not happy.
Yeah.
I think I have a video on the one that I did. It might be on Instagram though. I don't think it's on YouTube. It was a bad TXV with a massive overcharge. It was just straight up restriction at that point. It had slammed shut. So when the unit started to run, it just ramped up, and then the compressor went into bypass, and the gauge would peg at like 725 or 735, something ridiculous.
Wow. Damn, that's pretty high. Eric works on CO2.
That's right. That's pretty much
Daihatsu. That's what it was. Daihatsu.
Daihatsu. Yeah, I think that was the compressor brand. It sounds like you could be right.
That's what Joe Shears said.
Sounds dependable.
Yeah.
Go to the old Daihatsu. You got a Daihatsu? Nah, flat Copeland. You got a Daihatsu in stock.
What were them trucks they built?
Yeah.
Datsuns.
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 Yeah, but those were actually decent.
And it's
Those were
tiny pickup trucks.
Yeah.
That was like an Isuzu or a Mazda or something like that,
It's a
wasn't it?
pre-Nissan.
Pre-Nissan?
Yeah.
Yeah, those cars were sought after. The Datsun little sports cars that they had.
Yeah,
like
the
little
280s.
Datsuns.
Yeah. They do love those things.
I don't.
Somebody's losing faith in their smart probes. I don't know, man. I've had good luck with them. I've had one temperature lamp that broke, and that was it. But it was an obvious failure. Didn't work at all.
I know.
I don't care for the
I am
clamp, but
loving.
the tool worked well.
I'm loving those
smart-
Portland.
The smart tool.
Hey, why don't you get yourself
Yes.
a couple finger tight swivel tees there?
Yeah. Yeah.
So much easier than all those hoses, man. The whole point is to get rid of all that shit.
Yeah, it still works out pretty good though. And by the way, just for the record, that is only the second time in my life I've ever put stop leak.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. With that
That's two
stop leak.
times too many.
If
Oh my God.
hey, if it's not more than a pound, hey, that stuff if I can drink it, it's safe for your unit. I'm telling you. Matter of fact, as a matter of fact, just for that, I'm gonna load that stop leak video up where I put some in the unit.
Oh
Go
man.
ahead.
Just for that.
Oh shit.
Can't help it.
But hey,
I'm gonna put it in the LG systems I work on until there's nothing pumping through those lines but stop leak.
Mm-hmm.
What is its thermal properties like? Is it a good refrigerant?
Yeah, which are stop leak?
It's all of them.
What do you have? Do you have an enthalpy chart on that?
Oh yeah. Yep. That's what I got. It's just oil. Same as DOE. Same as POE.
We need to tell LG about it.
Hey,
Maybe they're not using POE.
yes, that's it. No, they probably aren't, are they? What are they?
I have no idea what oil they use in there. I've never had to
The
add or replace.
the LG compressors that they sent me that time had
PE.
yeah.
What, they had alkabenzene oil in them?
Yeah.
AD oil? Are you
Yep.
serious?
Matter of
I haven't
fact, I can
seen
go
that
out there.
coming. What?
I'm
I
gonna
don't
go out
even
there
know.
right
I,
now.
should, I
I
shouldn't
can
even
get.
speak to it. But like, what's the
I'm gonna go out to the
compatibility?
shop right now. I'll take a picture of it, brand new in the box.
Do it now.
The temp clamps, even on the same line, to compare to 1 inch from each other, 10 degrees off. Put them in ice water.
Yeah, that's
See
the
what
best
they
way to do
are.
it.
Put them in a
I
bucket.
mean,
Put 'em in some
I
ice
agree.
water and put that
One thing I don't
in a
like about
fire.
the test up clamps is that they don't grip the line very well, and they use a barrel style sensor, but they seem to be very accurate.
Hey,
I will give them that.
that's what Jim Bergman said. But he said they've done enough to where they get it pretty close.
I've seen a lot of times though they don't grip 3/8 very well,
Right.
and especially even smaller, and especially a vertical run.
Right.
Yeah, they suck at that.
But I don't know. I use Appions now, so
Oh shit, that's right. Happy on. Happy on.
Happy on. Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
get your happy on with Appion.
That's exactly. That should be their slogan. Every day they don't use that, they're fucking up.
I tagged them in my Instagram videos with that hashtag, so they've seen it.
They never take our suggestions.
Hey, Joe, I'm not going to put it in my inverter because my inverter's still under warranty. Yeah, 10 years from now or 9 years, I'll put it in it.
Did you register the warranty?
Well, yeah, I registered it.
Sometimes people forget.
No, not me.
I forget sometimes.
I give it to the homeowners now and tell them to register their own stuff. And I know they do it because I get an email.
That's pretty good.
We do it for
I
them.
don't want to go. Well, I used to, but then I forgot a couple of them.
I just wait 5 years and I say, man, what? Y'all didn't do it? Man,
Sucks to be you.
that's right.
Here we go, $1,000 to change your ECM blower.
See, York sucks. Microchannel sucks. Ask Zach. I don't know. Never had a leak in microchannel before.
I got two train units that are right on the intercoastal that don't have any problems with their microchannel coils.
I've never seen a leak in microchannel coil.
I have.
One is like a 7,500 ton unit, and the other is like a 50 to 75 ton unit. I'm not really sure exactly, but they're pretty big and they don't have any issues.
Well, that's 47 to 72 tons more than I usually work on. Stay
Well,
away from me, York.
I wish we'd get out in the residential market, honestly.
I've only had two microchannels. I've only worked on 2 microchannels, and both of them leaked.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they don't call you to work on ones that don't leak, do they?
Apparently not.
I'm just kidding.
Train's doing that on all their commercial rooftops now, so we'll see. We'll see if Train can get it right. I think they'd work great. Actually, I've seen a carrier chiller with microchannel, but it was R134A, so I imagine that's never going to leak.
No, probably not.
50-pound head pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. Well, no, because the ones I checked, they were right where the copper joins the aluminum.
I've seen plenty of LG coils leak, and they're all copper coils. So the almighty copper coil I've seen leak more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, so have I, but the microchannels they have a
I know they've had their problems. I'm not going to say they didn't have their problems, but pretty much every coil's had problems the past few years because of 410A.
Yeah, they just suck. I mean, there's some truth to that right there. I mean, the R22 ones leak too. They just suck at making shit.
That's the thing, like the ECM motors, like you'll go to a 14-year-old unit, it'll have an ECM blower in it, and you'll be like, wow, this has an ECM blower in it, it's never been changed. And now the current ones can't last 3 years.
Yeah, the old GE ones that I see, they've been around forever. They're covered in like black shit, and they're still running. And then the ones that are like 2 years old that are broad ocean are crapping out.
Oh, the broad ocean are pretty bad, but I've seen a lot of Gentex recently. Like last year it was broad oceans. This year is Gentex because we're going back to a lot of units that have Gentex in them, and they're all dead.
X13.
Mostly X13s is what I find. ECMs they're more rare, so it's hard to say, but I see a lot of ECMs that are dead. I mean, like 3 a week.
That's a lot.
I just had to go to Carrier for one, and they didn't have one, so they had to bring it in. But one thing that's kind of shitty for our customers is we took over somebody else's business who closed their doors, and the guy put in a ton of day and night units. Well, Johnstone dropped the line, so nobody around here carries the line. So we're having big problems warranting anything. So we get charged a $50 fee to warranty any part through a Tempstar dealer because they're the only ones that'll even warranty it. Carrier won't do it, obviously. And we're just getting paid with $50 fees to warranty these parts. So we have to bill that to the customer. So they're getting billed all this money to warranty X13 motors, and they're like, I thought this is warranty. And it's expensive, but honestly, for the time it ties us up to exchange the motor, it's like barely worth it for us too, Have you guys run into that issue at all?
I haven't ran into anything like that. I did have a warranty on Goodman that I put in a while back, and rather than deal with the jack off at the Goodman store, I just ordered the part from somebody else and ate it.
Brent's here.
But we typically tie up, on the low end, 3 to 4 hours if the motor's in stock at the supplier, deal with one of these warranty calls. You know what I mean?
Good evening, gentlemen.
How's it going?
Very good. Very good. How about you, Eric?
It's going good.
So y'all charge 4 hours minimum for a warranty call on a motor?
No, I'm saying that's the time it takes.
Oh,
realistically,
sure.
3 to 4 hours.
Oh, by the time you go pick it up, and yeah.
And at the rate we're charging, if it's going over 3 hours, it's pretty much not in the targeted bracket of how much we want to be charging, because it's a flat rate to warranty the motor. And it's pretty much, customers are flipping out about it. And now we got to add another, and we're not even marking up the $50 warranty fee, which, I guess you really kind of shouldn't mark that up, but it's just the customer sees that on their bill, another extra $50 to warranty it. And they're like, why am I having to pay $50 to warranty a part? They said they understand the labor, but why, that's the main thing is like, it's like the principle of it,
Right.
that is annoying everybody is like, why am I having to pay $50 to warranty a motor that's under warranty?
Yeah, no, man, it's such a hassle. You got to fill out the paperwork and all kind of other crap.
Well,
so no, it's justified. I understand it. I understand
Well-
what the resistance is, but the customers don't get it.
Yeah, I just tell the customer because when I leave here, my time is still going because I have to take it back and do all the warranty.
Well, like I said, they understand all of it, but then we had to tell them we have to charge $50 more because of this. Because Brent, I guess you just joined in, but Johnstone dropped the day and night line, so now to warranty the motor costs us $50.
Oh hell!
Oh,
We're
man.
going to go to Tempstar and pay them $50 just to swap the motor for us.
Right.
Oh, gotcha.
That's the thing that's making everybody angry because they understand the labor part. They're pretty much understanding about that, but they're like, why do I have to pay this $50? And like Johnstone just dropped the line. It's funny because Johnstone, I called them and they're like, we can't warranty those anymore. And the guy was like, between me and you, we have a whole pile of those motors here. We're not going to be able to ever do anything with them because they won't let us warranty them. And how are we going to ever sell one? You know, we dropped the line, so nobody's going to buy them and nobody's going to warranty them.
Well, what supply house charges you money for a warranty? That's crazy. I've never heard of them charging
There's
you any kind of fee.
Oh yeah,
Johnstone dropped it.
Johnstone.
Yeah,
well,
they dropped.
No, they weren't charging us, but Johnstone dropped the line. Johnstone was doing day and night.
Well, you know, they should have. If y'all bought that unit from them, or the unit was bought through them, they should have
denied. They have the parts there, and I don't know why, but they're not doing it. They said we have the parts, but they won't let us warranty anything. That's what the guy told me. He said that, you know, they won't let us do anything with these parts that we have sitting back here. They're just going to sit here and collect dust and get, you know, thrown away after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, that's sad. They're going to
written off. While meanwhile, we have to go to the Tempstar dealer that didn't sell the equipment.
Yeah, that's why you get the third charge. Yeah,
that's shitty.
The customers suffer, and the customers are pissed because these motors only lasted 2 and 3 years on average.
Well, you know what though?
What are you talking about? Is it X13 or just a PSC?
X13.
X13.
Oh yeah,
you can actually complain to ICP about the other ICP dealer wanting to charge $50 because it's bullshit. But they're saying, well, we didn't sell it. We don't have a dog in that hunt, so we shouldn't have to do the warranty on it. But they're all ICP. Ed Supply, where I buy all my stuff from, it doesn't matter what brand it is. They'll warranty it. It's all ICP.
You know why the Tempstar dealer started charging a $50 warranty fee?
Because they can.
No, because Johnstone was doing it.
Oh.
So now they're doing it because their competitor was doing it to them. If anybody would try to warranty Tempstar motors through Johnstone, so they said, screw it, we're going to do it too. But now Johnstone dropped the line, so you cannot warranty the motors now. You just simply can't do it. Or any other part for that matter.
I think I'd have to call ICP and have a chat with some of those guys about that shit.
Yeah.
It may not go anywhere, but hell, I'd have to call them and talk to them because that ain't right, man. That ain't cool.
Especially if they had the part in there.
Yes, if it's there, it's no skin off their bag
Johnston's
whatsoever.
basically going to not be able to do anything with these parts.
Crazy.
I'd tell them to leave one out back for me one day.
Yeah, or just walk through the warehouse and just grab it and walk out.
Honestly, Johnstone here is so expensive on everything. I mean, now there's basically no reason to go there. They picked up the Goodman line. It's like, why don't I just buy it from Goodman, who's right next door to you, for cheaper?
Yeah, well, our Johnstone sells Goodman and Coleman.
Yeah, Goodman and Coleman. And you know what, Ralph? The one up here by me, the Johnstone up here by me, Goodman is moving in right next door. Literally, they're going to be right next door, and they're moving the same unit.
So they're moving from the Shiloh office park to.
Yep. Wow. So right there where the new Johnstone is.
Wow.
And they're going to be neighbors.
I wonder why they're moving. That was a fairly new store. I remember when they opened that one up.
Well, it's hard to find. It's a better location, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's right there on McFarland. So.
Yep. I just thought that's funny. They're two Goodman distributors right next door to each other.
I know, a Goodman store and a Johnstone.
They're monopolizing.
Yeah, and I told the Goodman guy that. I told the Goodman manager that in his store the other day, and he wanted to argue with me and told me that Johnstone doesn't sell Goodman, and I said no, they absolutely do. Yeah. And he said no, they're not going to do it anymore. I said no, they're actually going to drop the Coleman and they're focusing on Goodman solely.
That's crazy. I hope they don't drop the Coleman because that's where I took the warranty part back to when I had that leak in condenser coil.
Yeah, I would try to put in a Coleman. I don't have anything wrong with a Coleman or York.
Don't do it.
I know a lot of people don't like them, but I haven't had any bad experiences. I would put that in over a Goodman.
Well, wait till you have to pump one down or.
Well, I'm not going to put a recovery cylinder. I'm not going to put a micro channel in. I don't know. Well, they make a tube and fin residential unit.
Yeah, you can choose which one you want now.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, bud?
What's going?
What's up?
I'm not a HVAC tech, but I'm a train owner, and I just had a little story to tell you guys real quick. I'm not here to bitch or complain or anything. I watch you guys all the time just because I'm interested in the industry, but I don't see myself really as, competent enough to be able to perform that job. But
Are you a big rig driver?
yeah, I was. I still hold a CDL, but I haven't driven in a while.
Okay, I just saw your picture, so I thought that's what it might be.
That's actually from my passenger seat right there. I was out there in Utah right there. It's one of my favorite routes right there is 191.
Yeah, that's a beautiful view there, bud.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Wednesday, my compressor went out, and we didn't know it was a compressor at first. The tech came out, and of course the part's under warranty, right? But I'm gonna have to pay the labor,
Right.
and so he came out and he was doing his diagnosis, and he figured out it was a bad starter kit, right? So he didn't have that specific starter kit on the truck, so they had to bring him one. So they brought him the kit and he installed it, and when he did, he realized the compressor was gone. It wouldn't turn over, and he said the copper windings on the inside were fried. Now this unit's only 2 years old. It was installed mid-June of 2015. And we do maintenance. We've had the company that installed it. They also do maintenance, and I change the filters every month. And I've chatted with Ralph before. I really enjoy Ralph's videos, and
I appreciate it.
And John is real. I know you guys are good. I wish you guys were in my area, but I did find a stellar tech today, one of their best techs, and he's a really good guy. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But anyway, it's kind of a long story. I know you guys are probably bored with this, but anyway.
Hey, it's nothing more than what we talk about anyway.
That's true. So they figure out and they can't get the compressor that night because it was after 5 when he got it diagnosed. So the next day, one of the people from the company called me, a woman, and she was very concerned and understanding, and they were the bill anyway. The charge was going to be $850 labor,
right,
for the swap out, and I figured that's probably about the going rate. So they come out there and they bring it. This other tech comes out the next day, and they send him to get the compressor. He goes and picks up the compressor, and when he gets there, he took the old compressor off, pumped the system down, and all that, and he was going to install the new compressor on there, and it didn't have the right fitting because the fitting on the existing compressor was a sweat fitting, and he got like a
roto lock.
Yeah, and so then he was just like, "Oh my God!" He said, "Have you been living right, son?" And this guy's just he's a real character, and so he knows it's bad, and then he don't want to deal with my mama because the first tech that first day, man, my mom was all over his ass. I mean, she's not mean or anything. She's just really upset that it's a train. Why the hell? Why a train can't last 2 years, and we've had all these problems with it, and blah 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 blah. And
well, after watching this, did you explain to her? It doesn't really matter.
Oh, I did. I told her all that, and she's like, "You're taking up for the damn." She's like, "Why are you so nice to them? You need to grow a damn backbone." And I said, you think being a dick to them is really going to make it better? I mean, is it going to get anything done any faster? I guess it does work for some situations, but I didn't think it was necessary. And I'll tell you, it wasn't necessary. And I'm about to tell you why. I promise I'll get to it. So anyway, he asked me, he says, "How many window units do you want tonight to get you through the night?" I said, "Well, we need 2, one in her bedroom, one in mine." So anyway, they come out, the guy brings the units, they install them, and man, I'm telling you, it was probably the best sleep I had. It was like sleeping in a damn meat cooler. Because it's a little bedroom it was in, But so this afternoon, he comes out, and he's got the right compressor. And before today, it was last night when the tech was finished up. When they had those units installed and they were getting out the door, he come back in there, and I told him, I said, "Man, you better stay away from Mama. She's mad." He said, "I could tell she's in the mood, but I got some good news for her." So he walks over to my mama, and my mom's got she's got the devil in her eyes because she's upset that it's taking so long to get it fixed. And he tells you, "Well, ma'am, you know what? We were going to charge you $850 labor to do this job." He said, "But I'll tell you what, I'm going to only charge you $400." So, and Mom said, "You can do that." He said, "Well, I've got free will here, and I'll explain it to the boss man, and they'll just have to deal with it. So I thought that was cool as shit, man. So what mom told me to do, she said, go to the bank, get out $100, and give that tech $100 for it. I mean, nothing to do with the bill, right? So anyway, he come out today and did the job, got it done. And you know what else he did? He put in a surge protector on the unit too for free, no charge.
Really?
Yes. I thought it was awesome because we've had a couple of issues. I even put the video up of them or pictures of it on HVAC Talk a couple of years ago. Shortly after the install, they forgot to put the splash guard in. They installed it horizontal and they forgot to put the splash guard in there. And it was like maybe a week later, I just went up there to look at it, and it had, it was spraying water in the duct. And there was actually water sitting in the supply plume. So anyway, they came out and they got that. That's just an honest mistake anybody can make. And hell, the guy that installed it that day, it was like 95 degrees outside. It was like 135, 140 in the damn attic. I thought he was going to have the heat stroke. But,
well, I'll tell you what, man, $400 for a warranty compressor is a damn good deal.
I know it is.
Yeah.
And I'll say this also: compressors don't die at especially 2 years old. Improper installation techniques probably killed that compressor, is my guess.
That's possibility. But
or a charge issue or something. But they get murdered.
Well, that's one thing about this company is I've never seen the same tech twice, really.
Well, you need to start asking for that guy.
Well, this guy, he actually, because I told him that, I said, not that the other techs were incompetent, but a lot of them that came out were young, you know what I mean? And I don't have a problem with young people, but I kind of want, in situations where things are getting dodgy, man, I mean, I guess, experience is probably the most important thing. Now if Ralph were nearby, I would have called Ralph,
And I would have just sent you. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I don't think it would be worth. I don't think I could pay Ralph enough to make it worth his time to come all the way over here because I'm a couple hundred miles away from him. So
Where are you at?
I'm over here in Lexington, South Carolina.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not going to say I probably should say the company name because it's a good thing, but I don't really want to advertise. But they're a good company, and I've had my doubts about them in the past. And
a company's only as good as the guy that comes out.
Well, that's that's true. But I will say this: the owner, I mean that. They are willing to go a little bit on the extra mile as long as they know it's something they may be fucked up or whatever.
Right.
They're always willing to make things right, and that's what I like about them. And I don't know. I'm happy. It's running great. You know what? The condenser unit is running quieter now with that new compressor. So maybe that old compressor was bad from the get go, or maybe like the guy said, bad install. I don't know.
Maybe it was choking on liquid. That's what killed it, probably.
Did you watch him install it though?
I didn't. No, I wasn't hovering over the guy or anything.
Right.
The first tech that come out, I was hovering obviously because I was very curious as to what was wrong with it.
Right.
Because the only issue that it's had, besides blowing water in supply, because that guy forgot to put that particular part in. The only other issue it ever had was a contactor went out on it. And that was in the first year, so that was under warranty with labor. So, and contactors ain't that expensive anyway.
No.
What you got? You got like an XR model?
I'll give you the exact number right here. It's 4TTX 6030H 1000 AA.
That 4TTX, that's the is that the one with the microchannel coil in it?
I hope not. From what you guys have said
about microchannels. I'll look it up on the Train app. Give me a second to open the app, and I'll punch in that number again, and I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm not real familiar with the Train part.
Well, I know the
numbers. Let's see here.
But boy, I tell you what, my mom was like, my mom called the Train company, right, the customer service number, and she said, I want y'all to take that damn commercial off TV because
it's hard to stop the train.
Yeah, because this train damn sure stopped.
You said Eric, it's a 16C or 2.5 ton.
It's a 16.
Okay.
Enough. Hold on. I'm signing into Comfort Site. Give me a second and
TTX.
That's what I'm saying. That TTX is kind of a weird number.
4 TTX, and what was the rest? 6030.
Yeah, H as in I don't know, hamster.
Hotel.
Hotel, yeah.
Yeah, hotel. 1000 AA. That's Alpha.
Okay, let's see. Or TTX. Yeah, that is. What is the X?
It's being 1.5%.
The app loading. Yeah, he's in that 1.5%, man.
What the hell are we doing math for?
We didn't do it. Ted did it for us. We're just repeating it.
Ah.
But anyway, I love you.
It looks like a standard coil to me. I don't see anything special about it.
Yeah, I pulled it up on my phone. It looks like it's the looks like it's got the nice side discharge top on it and everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. It looks like it has that top.
We spent top dollar on it. It cost us $6,000 to have it installed, and that was without any duct work or anything.
Wow.
Because the unit that they replaced was a Heil builder grade unit, and it was put in the house when it was built, and it was only like 11 years old. It was a similar situation that happened to that one. It was, but what happened with that one is the run cap went out, right, and I didn't cut the unit off, kept it running. So I called them,
Yeah, it killed the compressor.
Well, it didn't kill the compressor. It killed the fan motor. And so it was going to cost me for a cap and the fan motor, which they didn't. I know you guys have those special fan motors or things that you can install for if you get a customer through a night or something like that, but they didn't have it. He didn't have one that would fit because of the
42. It's probably a 42 frame one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
a small one.
But anyway, we were talking, right, and it was going to be about $1,000 to get it fixed, and for all the work that needed to be done to it. Plus, it was a kind of a slow leaker R22 unit,
right?
And so I was thinking to and these guys did not upsell me. Okay, I was thinking to myself when he said it wasn't exactly 1,000, but it was pretty close. It was 9 something or whatever.
Right.
And I was thinking to myself, well, this unit's it's at the time I believe it was either 10 or 11 years old. I said they're phasing R22 out. But I was like, my mom's getting old. Don't really want her to have to deal with that crap. I said, you know what, because this was a train company that came out. Now, see, when it went out, that day, I called the company that we usually used, and they didn't even answer the phone. I guess they were so busy they couldn't do anything. And so then I called another company that does plumbing and HVAC that we've had out here for plumbing before. And they couldn't. They said, "Hey, it'll be 2 weeks before we can get out," because this was like in the middle of June, And so then I called this particular company that I called, and they were the only ones that were able to get out there that day, and they came out there. And but anyway, long story short, they didn't try to upsell me. The guy did not even suggest I needed a new unit or anything like that. It was just, and I said, "Well, why don't you give me an estimate on a new unit, a new train?" And they came in, and next day, I think they had the sales guy come in, and he said, "Well, we'll tell you what, we'll get that fan running on that unit you got there for free of charge if you get a new unit installed." And so I was like, "Well, that sounds like a hell of a deal to me," because they weren't going to be able to do the installation until the next week.
Right.
So in order to get
the other day, I put a new fan motor on the unit, so they have coolant till we can get it in.
Yeah, so you guys are not all evil, man. Come on.
No, but
why does everybody think the HVAC guys are evil?
There's some guys out there that do think we're evil. I'm telling you.
Well, I know there are some comments. I used to read HVAC talk all the time, and Hack Free HVAC was always showing the Run Cat Bandit pictures and everything.
Yeah.
I always thought that was entertaining, man. I mean, I don't know why. I've always kind of been interested in it, but I just find it interesting. I don't know. I like to stay cool, I guess is what it is.
Hey, yeah. I get a lot of calls from people.
Come on.
Brent was laughing. We're all laughing at you now. No, I do get calls from people all the time that say, I'm not a tech, but I watch all your stuff, and I watch other guys too.
Only you, Ralph.
No, they watch YouTube, Zach.
No, but they don't call me. They always call you. It's like, Ralph, you're the greatest man. I got your picture on my wall.
I got one today, actually.
Ralph is a star. Do you understand that? He's like a YouTube star.
He really is.
Ralph is a personality. I remember when he shot his son's phone or whatever.
Oh gosh.
Oh
that
yeah,
was hilarious.
That was for some cheap views, and I think it worked pretty good, didn't it, Ralph?
That thing's close to 1 million views now.
Yep.
You guys ever watch Hitchcock 45? You guys gun guys or?
I am.
Yeah, I do.
Hickok 45, man, he's like the god of YouTube in my eyes. I mean, he's got like 2 million subscribers. I mean, there's people out there with way more hits than him and all that, but I mean, think about what that man does for a living. He's got the life, man.
He's a school teacher too. That's the funniest part.
Yeah, he was an English teacher. I remember he put out a couple of videos doing English lessons, and he's like, it's when you say you don't say you drank, you say you're drunk. So I don't know, some shit like that. He's that guy's a trip, but he's got him and his son, man. For a man, what kind of better life could you have just to fire fucking guns all day long? And they send you free guns to fire and ammo, and it's like, that's crazy, man.
That's like old Dan Blazarian, you know, he's got the life too.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
That name does sound familiar.
Dan Blazarian, he's a professional poker player. And if you follow his Instagram account, all he does is travel the world with beautiful women, shoot huge guns and awesome stuff, and his life looks so awesome.
Sounds like
so
a
jealous.
great guy to me.
Yep.
Ralph, you should follow him on Instagram. That's like the idol right there.
He is.
I don't know. I just can't think. I can't really think of better than getting hit. Well, maybe if Hickok 45 had a couple young cuties on his hip.
Right.
Go follow Dan Blazarian on Instagram.
What was
Dan
his
Blazarian
name?
will make Hickok look like a little lady.
Brent got that damn Tesla.
Yep, came in today, so we're gonna see what it's all about. Might be a electrifying experience.
It'd be shocking nonetheless.
Exactly.
But hey, guys, I appreciate you coming here. I'm gonna dip out, but I just wanted to say that there are a lot of people out there that love you guys, so don't let all the pissy customers get to you.
Oh, I don't. I just ignore them.
We love you
It,
guys,
man.
man. Thanks for keeping us cool, and especially
Thanks, man.
especially when it's 100 degrees outside and you guys are sweating in the attic, man. We really appreciate you.
Hey, man, appreciate it.
Hey, thanks,
Take care,
bud.
guys. Yeah, man.
Take it easy, man.
You too.
Now that was great. See?
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was nifty. I did enjoy that. Brent's got a grenade.
You know, Zach, you were talking about like if it was in between settings, you wouldn't be able to. You know, you're saying it wouldn't read if like the dial was set in between the settings and stuff. But picking it up and playing with it, I don't see how that's even possible.
To get it stuck there, like in the field, you mean?
Yeah, like if I pick it up and roll it around, man, it seems like I have to intentionally try to put it in between them for it to go there.
Yeah, it seems like it's far-fetched to have it happen out there, and it didn't match up with anybody's story anyway.
Hey, you want to send me that micron gauge so I can troubleshoot it for you, Zach?
Oh, that 552 is a piece of crap.
Hey,
I've had one too.
I can troubleshoot it for you before even Eric gets it.
No, it has to go back to True Tech Tools.
It's a piece of shit.
They can shoot it there if they want to.
I had a 552 several years ago. It was terrible. The worst tool that Testo's ever made.
Hey, I got one.
Second place is the leak detector.
I have one in my truck, and I do have one in my truck. I think I'm going to shoot the little bastard.
I haven't seen when I got that 552, and Ralph. I haven't seen Ralph that upset since I told him I bought a fucking April Air zone panel. He would just sighs on the phone. He's like, "What? I mean, why'd you do that for? Why'd you do that for?" It's like, what did I do?
I thought you were going to buy a real tool.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna buy a real tool. Well, I guess I will now.
Yeah. Which one? Oh, you're going to get the.
I don't know. Whatever's cheapest. The Blue Vac probably.
The Blue Vac Professional is the cheapest possible.
no. The other end of the Blue Vac. the little miniature one. I'll get the miniature.
Get the Appion one, man.
That's more expensive than the Blue Vac, isn't it?
I don't know. The Blue Vac Pro is like $300.
You can play hockey with the Appion one. You can't play hockey with the others. I
Well,
decided
that's
I'm not
true, then I
buying
will
tools
get it.
anymore that aren't going to be durable in the field because I just break tools.
Wait a
Field
second.
fix-
Wait a
field fix
second.
for 6 months.
But you own the Smart Pro.
No, I used to.
Oh, okay.
But actually, the only thing that broke was one temperature clamp one time, and I used the crap out of those things. I had the high side up to 730 some PSI. It still works fine. I sold them to the apprentice that works with us, and he's still using them. So,
Wow. Well, if you ever get mad at them, put the batteries that came in it back
the
in.
batteries that come with those are great. They're like German freaking awesome batteries.
Wait.
I don't see why
They
people
are?
complain about the Testo batteries.
They
Like
didn't come with the
some weird
Chinese
German
batteries?
brand that you've never heard of. Oh, they come with the different ones now?
Yeah, they came with. They started coming with Chinese batteries.
Oh,
That's why
well,
the guys were having problems with them blowing up.
yeah, that's probably it. Like all the Testo tools I used to buy that used to come with these ridiculous German batteries that would last for like a year, and then you put Duracells in and they last for 3 months.
Right. But the reason the guys were having problems with the Testo smart probes smoking or getting hot or whatever, because they were Chinese batteries.
Well, I mean, they're for what they are, man. They're great
For
tools.
$200, exactly.
But
What
they're
do you
being
expect?
cranked out in China, so yeah, they're not having the greatest quality control.
And we ain't got nobody to blame but ourselves because everybody wants to be so damn cheap with tools.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to invest in a tool and wants to complain about the price of it. So
Hey, I got a fluke meter in my tool bag right now that's actually made in America. I know their lesser ones aren't, but you know what? It's made here. I'll pay more for something made here, even if it's not better.
there you go. The iConnect is made in America.
The iConnect is not durable.
The iConnect, I've had it for 3 years now. Well, probably 2.5.
They lied to me
and it
about
hasn't broken.
everything about it. They lied to me about the range. I don't even want to get started on that tool.
Who lied to you about it?
One of the people at iConnect that I talked to on the phone and said, I'll be able to have my probes on the roof of a 10-story building and be in the parking lot reading them.
Yeah,
10 stories.
if you buy a bunch of repeaters.
Without repeater probes.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Those are
this-
really the extended range ones.
how long ago was this, Eric?
When the extended range stuff came out.
So after Jim Bergman left?
Right about that time, unfortunately, is when I got into it. I have since divested.
Yeah, there's no way you're not going to get anything out here that's going to be that kind of range. I mean, it's just
No.
that's craziness. And
Well, I work in 10-story buildings that have condensers on the roof and units in every floor throughout, and I can't be on floor number 9 and have a condenser on 10 and be connected. So it was kind of worthless.
Hey, not even the Sporland Pro R tool will get you that far.
Definitely not.
no, you can.
That's why
you
I didn't
can.
bother.
The iConnect is the only one that is repeatable. You got it. You can buy repeaters. You can repeat that signal as far as you want. But
I tried.
how many probes did you have? How many repeaters you have?
I used the probes because the probes are all basically a repeater probe. I
Correct.
used the probes as repeaters to try to get the signal before I invested in repeater probes, and it still wouldn't get me there. So I was like, not going to do that.
So, well, it may not. It may not reach. It's not a miracle tool, and none of them are going to do that far.
What they need to have, right, is I have an iPad that has a data signal. I have a phone that has a data signal. I need to be able to put my probes in the condenser and put one of my smart devices there that has a wireless signal, right? And then be at the air handler and have my other smart device, the wireless signal, linked up to them and be able to transmit over my phone data signal over the internet. And
You could have done that. You could have done that with Tech Connect. On the if you had 2 smart devices.
Encryption, and I had another iConnect module.
No, well,
I would have had to have 2 iConnect boxes to do that. One to communicate with each device. And then I would have had to Tech Connect from each one, or else I'd only be able to see it from one.
Right.
Yeah,
it
you
would
would
have
have
been
been
a
able
nightmare.
well, no, see, you would have been able to monitor. You'd have been able to monitor from one. You wouldn't have been able to watch both at the same time. But let's just say you had your probes at the top, and then you were down there at the air handler, and you could have, or whatever, you could have monitored. You wouldn't have been able to look at to use the iConnect together and to get all the BTUs and all that stuff. You would have had to manually input it. What you could have done is, been up top, put your stuff in there, hook Tech Connect to it, and then be at the air handler and get your temperatures with with a regular thermometer or a psychrometer, and then manually enter it, and then you could have got all your stuff that way.
I could have, but I could have also done that without the whole thing.
Yeah,
But
that's the best you're gonna get, is what I'm saying.
I know. That's the thing where it makes it not worth it. And the other problem I had with it is any unit that takes in a significant amount of fresh air, the air probes wouldn't do anything. They're just like, nope, out of range. Your return air temperature is too high.
That's false, Eric, because I have a YouTube video. Look on my channel of 100% makeup air 10-ton modine unit with it calculating the outside air temperature.
Did they update the app since I got rid of it?
No, this was a long time ago. So I think, well, actually, I know this. That's what happened. This was 2 years ago. They updated it now to the perimeters are tighter. So now I could understand if it's a little hotter outside and it's outside the parameters. If you're outside of like 82 degrees or something like that, then yeah, you're right. It wouldn't calculate it.
I'm in South Florida, so typically we're outside of that.
Yep. Okay. So yeah.
So I don't know. It wasn't the thing for me.
Well, I don't know. The Testo Smart Probes, they got about as I can piss further than the damn Bluetooth on that thing.
I don't even count that as range. Any Bluetooth tool I just look at as you look at it from your phone while you're right next to it.
Yeah,
so
Bluetooth.
I don't get stressed out about it.
Bluetooth is a short range signal, but to me, it give me a screen on it if I'm going to have to stand there right next to it.
Well, that's why I have the Appions.
Yeah, and
that's why Brent wants a digital.
That's what I want the iDreeza for. Absolutely.
Hey,
good segue, Ralph. Good segue.
Let's not start talking about that because we'll start talking about people self-pleasuring each other.
I don't know that has to happen.
Self-pleasuring each other. That doesn't make sense. You self-pleasure yourself, not someone else.
Self-pleasure each other. That's funny. Adreeza.
Yeah, see, Joe. Now Joe's in here, man. Joe's a digital fan, so he knows what it's like to be waiting on these damn iDreezas for damn 10 years now.
I watched the video. I think his app kind of sucks though.
Well, he talked about it and he agrees. It's got some updating to it for sure. But I like
if
the
imagine
pH
if
diagram.
him and Jim could make nice.
It ain't gonna happen.
And Jim could do the app like the manifold.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna happen. Trust me. I promise you.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen, unfortunately.
But that would
I'm
be
gonna make an app.
combination.
No, I would love for that. That would be a great combination. I'd love for both of them to do that. It would be fantastic. But I did like the pH diagram and that stuff. It shows you the sweet spot on the enthalpy scale and all that. Man, that was pretty sweet. I like that.
I'm gonna make an app.
What do you do with that information? I mean, is that really?
Well, it's just like the information the Acronet gives you. Bypass factor and all that stuff. What are you gonna do when you get it's just added information. And did you see though? He was calculating SEER. I don't know how the hell he does that.
I kind of wondered that myself.
Yeah, because isn't that supposed to be over a certain different
seasonal?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, man. I haven't.
It's just mislabeled in the app, and it's supposed to be EER.
No, he's got SEER, EER, and COP.
Maybe you got to enter the season. I don't know.
Maybe it's Saturday.
It recognizes
Saturday energy efficiency ratio.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know all the ins and outs of it. I do got a little a little spreadsheet here that compares it to the iManifold and stuff like that Doug made himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make an app that just tells you when your suction line is getting cold, and I'll be rich. I can retire.
Just make like a Coors Light can where the mountains get blue.
Exactly.
That it did make me want to study like pH diagrams more, because that's something I don't know a lot about.
Yeah,
I've really dived into that.
It's very interesting.
Phosphorus.
Mm-hmm.
Phosphorus diagrams. Phosphorus as a refrigerant. That's the future.
Phosgene, that's right. That's definitely made me forget what I did that day.
Well, Zach, I tried to hire a guy. I told you I was going to interview the guy.
Oh, this is a great story.
I interviewed him. I don't know if I want to put it. I don't know if I want to put it out there on the.
Well, you don't have to tell a guy's name.
Yeah, no names. No names is the best way, right? Great House.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way.
Say, I had a dream that I hired this guy.
No, I still can't put it out there because it's going to throw the other person under the bus who gave me the information.
But we'll do it privately then.
Yeah, but basically, I tried to hire the guy. I hired him yesterday, and then I fired him today. He didn't even come to work. He was supposed to start Monday.
Oh my gosh.
He never showed up from Monday?
No. I hired him yesterday to start work on Monday, but then I found out something, so I had to fire him today.
Well, I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Background check.
Crystal meth habit?
No. No, not quite, but you know, it's story. I wouldn't have expected it to turn out that way, but it was. I know I can't divulge because somebody trusted me in their stuff. But
Group text.
yeah, it ended up being
Probably-
somebody was unethical. He was unethical about some stuff. So
He said he only uses analogs.
that's it. I told him he can't ride in my. He can't be in my company for that.
He said digicals were stupid.
Yeah.
Get out of the car.
Was he the guy? Hey, Joe, he was probably the guy from Instagram that I sent earlier in the I sent that to you and I sent it to the group text too. I don't do all that rookie superheat sub cool stuff.
Yeah, I saw that there earlier.
Oh, you
It
didn't see
seemed
the next post.
I saw the first one. That's it.
I was arguing with a guy on Facebook earlier today about he swore up and down his analog to a more accurate than digital.
No.
And
I love
said,
getting into that debate.
I understand if you love your analogs, and I'm not saying that they're bad and it's a bad way to do things. Plenty of people do it. I did it for years that way. But it's the facts. It's from the manufacturer. I'm not making this stuff up. It is more accurate. Period. And he just couldn't wrap his head around that.
Who uses analog meters anymore? I shouldn't even say multimeters. Who uses an analog meter? And that's my challenge to anybody that wants to use analog gauges. You use a digital multimeter, and you use it for one reason. Everybody uses it for one reason, right? Because it makes it so much freaking easier. So much easier.
I
right?
use it.
Nobody's like, I'm using my analog megometer that I have to wind up because it's so much more better.
I saw that in the Amprobe catalog.
People talk about this new technology. We don't need it. It's called natural progression. Do these folks still use a typewriter? Do they still use a washing board to wash their laundry? Like,
Yeah.
I don't get it. Like, it's natural progression of life.
That's a good point. What kind of phone did he have?
Yeah, I'm sure he had a smartphone, of course.
Like, let me see your iPhone. You use an iPhone, huh? Well, you shouldn't use that. You should go back to a flip phone.
No, you should go back to using a damn payphone. Yeah, a rotary.
Yeah, pager.
Now, there is some guys that I see
Horse-drawn,
in the Facebook group that still have...
man. Horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah, exactly. I see some guys in Facebook group who still have, like, pagers for on call. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Really? Man.
There's somebody that has pager service. I think they're just trolling on Facebook. There's no way.
Dude, I am serious because we dug into it. The guy has pager service for on call. It's craziness. I didn't even know they still made pagers.
That was kind of funny, though, because I saw a truck today at, like, the supply house, and they have written on the side of their truck, radio dispatched. What the hell does that even mean? You're radio dispatched
with a CB.
Like, really?
Nextel.
Nextel. Nextel's a step above that.
Beep, beep, beep. I still remember that shit going off all the time. I can't reach my phone. It's gonna beep forever. That was great.
I've had plenty of discussions about it, but one guy was like, all I work on are chillers, and they run from -10 to +10 on their pressure. So I use an analog gauge that only goes from, -15 to +30. And I'm like, well, I guess, you got a point there. You're not getting any more accuracy out of digital. But for everybody else, you're just being silly.
It looks like Henning says his company just till recently used a pager for on call. What the hell? That's crazy.
It's been 15 years since I've seen
How did you even get a pager?
On eBay.
But how do you get service for it? How do you call like AT&T? Be like, I need to activate this pager. They're gonna be like, what's a pager?
Yeah, you remember you get the different color ones, and then they have different lights on them and shit.
Yeah.
It's just decorations.
Remember the
Now,
color
pretend
ones?
like calling you to get away from somebody else. Bloop, bloop. I gotta go, man. My pager's going off.
People are just gonna be like, either what's a pager or just look at you like you're retarded. Like, no, there's no way you actually have one of those.
They put in their number, then they put 911 behind it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And you got to use the customer's phone to call the office to get to the next call.
Stop and get a payphone. I used to stop at the payphone and call people.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, but it seems like an eternity ago.
It really does.
That was early 2000s.
And now you don't even
that was the
see them
norm.
hardly.
Now you don't even call people; you text them.
Yeah.
God, speaking of people, good grief, who wants that?
We all want the iConnect setup, but we can't afford it. Sorry. No, I actually don't want it.
I'm starting to not want it either.
Well, the app is
I pay
jacked up.
$1,400 in rent. Talk to me in
Too
New
late.
York. Talk to me NYC. Well, that's your choice, but either way.
Joe, I tried to call Buck 2 days ago. Never got a phone call back. I
Me
emailed
neither.
Bill Northrup. So they're supposed to get with me next week. So we'll
Better
get
hope your heart surgeon doesn't use a patient.
They're too busy making stupid videos.
yeah,
Have you seen any of the new-
hour-long videos, man. I watch it for
Yeah.
5 minutes and I'm done. It's
Well, yeah,
I
when I'm having trouble
unsubscribed when I
sleeping, I
started.
just put one on.
You unsubscribe.
My feed like got clogged up with those, and I'm like, what? I don't even have this anymore. Unsubscribe. Bye.
40 minutes long a piece.
Well, they are. And seriously, when Jim made the videos, he made them short, sweet, like 10-minute videos, got to the point, showed one feature, and that was it. These guys are making these long videos that nobody wants to damn
Do they
watch.
talk really slow in a monotone? Hello.
My favorite one
Hi.
was I think Bill was like, he said, okay, someone's got a question. What is DTD or CTOA? And the guy's like,
Oh, he didn't know?
He kind of knew, but he said that, you're gonna need to look up what SEER rating it is and then decide from there. And Bill's like, okay, great answer. Thank you so much for explaining that. I was like, what? He didn't explain anything. Like, Jim would have told you exactly what that meant.
Nodded off before then.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of them because, like I said, I started watching one of them and I couldn't do it. It just was too boring.
Yeah. But it's pretty awesome.
Now we have the iConnect. Turn on your iConnect. Flip to page 2.
Well, they're done with Jason, the guy you interviewed, and then there's another guy on there too. I don't know what his name is.
Yeah, way to get my hopes all up that y'all were gonna have some good iConnect talk.
Wait,
I agree.
Joe was
I agree, Joe.
There was
I
2
agree.
lines of iConnect talk in there. And
What? I
there
didn't
might be
hear
more in
anything.
part 2.
Yeah, I hope so. Hope it's not a clickbait.
I can't guarantee anything though.
I listened to some of it earlier, but I didn't have time to listen to the whole thing.
It was pretty good. The guy talked about the EPA and stuff a lot, which is
Yeah,
kinda
Jason.
neat.
No, it was more than just the iConnect talk.
There was no iConnect talk.
Hey, well,
There was iConnect talk. I remember the word iConnect like twice.
yeah.
Well, on the second part, is
Did
there
y'all
any
say
more?
the
Or no?
word? Is that what you're counting?
That is what I'm counting. Yes.
They're talking about when they tried to get him to say Mexican walking fish.
Oh, I wanted to say it so bad.
He wouldn't say it. I think he did know what it was.
He knew exactly what it was, but
Guys are trying to get me to say this freaking word.
Well, I can't. I don't even know how to pronounce the word that it is. I just because it's AX something. I can't pronounce the word that it is.
Axolot or something.
Yeah.
And is it just me or does anyone think that maybe like tech school students shouldn't be beta testers for the iManifold? You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
He made it sound like they were kind of like throwing it up against a wall and biting it and stuff like that.
I threw my manifold off the roof.
Yeah, well, the app didn't crash and 18 students threw it against a wall.
There's one in the
It's like-
toilet. I don't know how that happened.
App still works.
That's right. Tech
Let's
school.
release it.
Give it to a bunch of first graders.
Mhm.
So here, play with this. See if you can break it.
That
Well,
would be like a fun commercial to make. Have like a kindergarten class throwing iConnects against a wall.
that was a video that I thought about making when the iManifold first came out because I did all the torture tests, and at the time my little boy was like 2 years old. I was thinking about just letting him have at it in the yard,
That's kind of fun. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
But
You actually broke it. Damn.
Have all these kids beating it up and say, "Look, it can survive apprentices."
Yeah, that would be funny because
Yep.
you sit there and bang it and bang it and bang it. Because see, it's still, oh shit, it doesn't come on. Crap.
well, one thing that I did get from that from your podcast today, I was thinking, this guy Jason, he sounds like a very, very intelligent fellow, but it doesn't sound like he had a whole lot of field experience. It sounds like he's a teacher.
Well, that's why I was I did ask him how long he's been in the field, and he said 16 years, but he never did give any like what his experience actually was.
He was a teacher for 15 years.
Yeah,
That's what
and
he said.
so that brought me back to thinking, like why guys like me and Joe and some other and Rob, they love the DigiCools because they were designed by a guy who's been in the field for 30, 40 years.
Right.
Some of these other guys, and you know, Jim Bergman's been in the field too, and that's why the iConnect worked. You know, it was a hit also. But some of these other tool manufacturers, and I'm not talking, I don't want to talk bad about people, but some of these other tool manufacturers have not been in the field. They don't know what it's like to be squatted next to a condenser when it's 9 o'clock at night. You know, they don't understand this stuff.
Right.
They know the principles behind it, but they don't understand what it's like to be a technician and to rely on your tools, and you need them when you need them.
That's true.
Yeah,
I love
especially when
sitting
you
next
spend
to a
the money.
condenser at 9 o'clock. It's like overtime. Yeah. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
I like that. Make it right.
Time to do an iManifold report. It's gonna cost you X.
That's right.
No, when you're the owner of the company, you're thinking, shit, I need some decent employees.
Yeah. Damn it. These guys have already got 50 hours this week. Son of a bitch, that check's going to be big come Friday.
Yeah.
You were right on the money though, Brent, about their the glitches that we were having is because every time you don't put a measurement in, it assumes 0.
Yep. Yeah, it just hit me all of a sudden. And the delta T, or the target temperature split, absolutely relies on the difference between your target liquid line pressure or your liquid target head pressure, let's say that, and your actual head pressure. The difference in that, it takes that and factors it into the target, the T, you know, the target exit evaporator temperature. Just kind of like a dirty condenser coil, you know.
Yeah, I wonder how Jim wrote the algorithm for that, because there can't be any kind of data for how it's supposed to change it, right? Unless I guess he just looks up expanded ratings and then kind of.
Yeah, I don't know how he came up with half the shit he came up with. I still don't understand how he calculated heating airflow based on the delta T only.
For the heat
for
mode.
heat pumps.
Yeah.
But you know, I know back to the liquid line, the difference between the target head pressure and the actual head pressure, it's like simulating a dirty condenser coil. I know he didn't want to do it based on the outdoor air temperature. He didn't want that to affect the delta T because, you know, that could kind of throw you off a little bit, and if it was just hot outside but the condenser coil was clean, kind of thing.
Right. And why, I don't see why 10 SEER units have a higher target split than an 18 SEER unit. That still doesn't make sense to me, because I always get more temp split with a higher sensible coil. I mean, doesn't that make sense? Higher sensible, you're going to have a higher temp split.
Yeah, Buck may be thinking it's like a in the app it says standard coil or high efficiency coil. All a high efficiency coil is an oversized coil. So I don't know if I say Buck, but I don't know. Maybe they changed it based on that. I don't know. But yeah, I sent you that article.
Yeah, it says it's they noticed nothing.
No difference in between them. So I don't know. It's I don't understand their logic on it, but maybe they'll explain it and we can kind of go forward from there.
Yeah, I mean, usually higher SEER units have a smaller compressor, so I don't know if that's where he was going.
Sure, and most high SEER units that I know of run 350 CFM a ton.
True. Now I was on a Mana 2-stage 18 SEER system that we put in, and that thing was like 3 degrees below the target or more,
Sure.
So I'm just trying to figure out in my mind, all right, why does this thing have such a great target? It's got a true ECM motor. The thing's running great static. I know that it's moving X amount of CFMs, and the iManifold was obviously calculating it low because the target split was so much higher than it should have been. So I just think that's got to go back to theory, you got a higher sensible coil, you might have a little more temp split, but that does contradict that article.
Sure.
So I don't know.
Temp split's temp split. I think all that's gonna, the sensible heat ratio will change based on your airflow. So temp split's a temp split to me. That's why I've always understood it that way. And he tried to explain it the other day on that Facebook group, but it just didn't make any sense to me there either.
Right. Yeah.
But the guy,
that's.
Go ahead.
I just kind of have been doing the quick math with the formula and just making sure I'm somewhere in the ballpark. It's, within a half a degree of what that's saying.
Sure.
And I just don't profile it, or I use the 18 SEER profile because that seems to be the closest to the math formula.
Yeah. I haven't profiled anything in a long time because it hadn't been working. It's been a couple weeks now since I profiled anything because this shit don't work right.
Mm-hmm.
And
now that I know that you've got to have these, make sure all your measurements are mapped right, and the outdoor ambient's going to throw it off, it helps me out. But it sure would have been nice for someone to tell me that the day I was having the trouble and I didn't have to figure it out the hard way.
Exactly. See, I do. I'll take up for North Park here a little bit. They're in a bad predicament. They're coming in behind somebody that's already programmed this tool, and any change they make is going to be scrutinized by us who've been using it for a long time now. And so it's kind of a touchy thing for them. But I got high hopes for the company. I don't know about the iManifold or iConnect. I got high hopes for the company.
I guess, but you know what? Then you shouldn't have fired or let Jim walk out or whatever happened. You shouldn't have let that happen because you knew this was going to happen. Come on. I got to put it back on them a little bit.
Sometimes the owners can get cocky.
Yeah. And they might have thought they were paying Jim too much, and he's got it kind of holding its own. It's been developed. It's time to let him go and cut that liability off their payroll, but that wasn't a smart idea. I really don't think it was.
Well, part of what Jim brought to the table was the customer service and the interaction with everybody. And, they have some representatives in the iManifold group on Facebook, but I don't feel like they are on the caliber Jim was or not even close to it.
They're not owning it like Jim owned it.
No. And Joe, did you see what they posted on HVAC Talk?
Not today or yesterday, but
well, he said they said they were going to try to figure out what an appropriate online presence would be, and they were going to compare it to other manufacturers.
Okay,
that sounds nice and sterile.
Well,
they want to be like really everybody else.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, and I can't get a return call from Buck. He talked to me for 30 minutes. Said he had to go. He had a meeting, and to call him back later. I called him back later. No, does it go to like some Magic Jack?
Magic Jack. Yeah.
I'm like, at first I'm like, what does this guy develop, Magic Jack or something? And then I was like, oh no,
Magic Jack. Wow, it's been a while.
That's been a long time.
Yeah, like, I thought this guy was he developed Magic Jack and now he's working at the iConnect or something.
Maybe he has a.
Okay, Buck. From what I understand, he seems to be a really intelligent guy, not semi-intelligent, a very intelligent guy. But he developed a long time ago Testo back when the Testo 527s and 557s, the generation before now. Back when the big 527s were out, they had an app or a program for the Palm Pilot called Get Cool, and Buck developed that.
Apparently, like with Jim's help, is what he told me.
Who Buck told you that?
Yeah, he said Jim and him worked on that together, and Jim and him and Doug Lockhart used to kind of be pals, and they would bounce ideas off each other and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. I thought you were just a glorified salesman. I'm glad to hear that you are kind of like doing finger quotes, one of the elites, of this stuff.
Elite.
And you're not just
Yep.
I mean, if you're hanging out with Jim, Doug Lockhart, and you're probably pretty good. So, but he's not not really helping.
No, they need a face. It's they need a face for it to help them with their online issues, and they need if somebody wants to be in the back, be the technical guy, that's fine, but they kind of need a face out there to be online and talk to everybody and all the social media and all that good stuff.
Yep. Because I mean, they don't understand that we've got a lot invested into this, and I'm not ready for a round 2 of beta testing. You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you.
I'm kind of late to the iConnect party. I've wanted one for a long time, and finally get one because this is going to be a turnkey, ready to use tool. And he was saying some things to me like, "Oh, we're going to have beta testers and redesigning the app," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you guys couldn't even update a couple refrigerants."
Well, they said they didn't do anything. They updated refrigerants and bug fixes. I don't know what bugs were there to begin with because it worked 8 months flawlessly.
Yeah, Ulysses is lucky because he's got a iPad or something that has the old update, so he helps me out. I'm like, "Does the old one do this?" He's like, "No."
Well, see, it's funny. I told, because Steven told me they were going to redo the whole thing, so I told Steven, I said, I'm going to turn my auto updates off, and I'm not doing it. And I'll be damned if I updated it like a dummy, and then here I am.
Crash.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, I had a really old version on my iPad, I guess, because it wouldn't even connect to my probes.
Oh,
So
wow.
I had to update it. It just said it showed probe 1, probe 2, but I could not connect in the app. I was like, huh, this must be such an old version, because I had auto updates turned off for probably a whole year, maybe a year and a half. It was a really old version.
It wouldn't cut in my Palm Pilot.
Your flip phone.
I hit the thing with my stylus as hard as I could. That son of a bitch did not work.
Broke my damn stylus in half.
I know.
Your BlackBerry.
Now my kids can't play DS either.
Yeah, I'd be like, how do I connect this to my Nokia?
My Razor.
That was so funny. The iConnect. It won't come across my Nextel. I'm in the settings.
Do you work with US Cellular? Actually, I think they're still a company in some parts.
Alltel.
Alltel, yeah, they were before, and then it was Singular.
Yeah.
Hey, Zach, does this 770-3, this Testo, does it have Bluetooth?
Yes. Yes, it does. There's a smart probes app. It connects to that.
Oh, that's the same app. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to try it out.
You won't get shocked like that.
Yeah,
I think you'll be okay.
I don't know. We'll see. I was mad. I tried to stick it in the light socket and just test that, but the damn probes are too big to even stick in the light socket.
I know you can't. You got to switch them out to do that.
I know. I'm not a fan of these probes. I know you said you weren't either. I'm not at all.
They're supposed. They said they're supposed to change them coming up real soon. That's what they told me.
When you were saying that, Zach, I was kind of thinking, could you take like wire strippers and just cut the plastic off the tips? Or
you might be able to, yeah.
You probably could. I know for a long time I used to use the little Fluke needle leads, and they were fantastic. But then I ended up breaking several pair within a year, and I had to give that up.
Yeah, I lost my only pair of those.
If you buy like Field Piece Deluxe lead set, it comes with those needle tips for your probes. They're really handy.
Especially if you got like a mini split, or you're working on like one of the new Train Hyperion air handlers. You got to test the EEVs.
Yep.
Stuff like that. That's what those little needle leads are awesome for.
Yeah, they work great to back probe stuff and just hang out of it.
Yeah, but now, without that, I got my little paper clips out. I bend my paper clips, stick them down in the plug, and try to test it that way.
They make these little like needle T-pins is what they call them for that. I have to get some of those.
I'll have to look some of those up.
Use it. Yeah, automotive guys use it to back probe connectors. Better than a paper clip.
Yeah, anything's better than a paper clip.
One time I tried to grind down a set of leads to make needle pins, but I guess they have a special coating on them because they did not work good after that.
Yeah, I could imagine it probably
Grind it down.
messed up the
Yeah,
integrity of them.
I just used a grinder and made it like a needle. But
Wow.
it must have some special coating on the outside because there's nothing that works better than a nice set of new leads. I mean, you touch them together and the meter says 0 or 0.1. They get older and it's starting to say like 1 ohm with just the leads touching each other and stuff. So. Yep.
I'm over here on the iManifold website on their new Tech Talk forum. Have you guys tried that yet?
No.
I did not waste my time.
Somebody's supposed to be there on all hours.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
It is a haven for activity.
Short's got about 4 comments.
There's not a whole lot going on there. I'm pretty sure if this was an old West town, a tumbleweed would be going by.
Like, where do I send my money for the cloud subscription? Oh, sir.
Sounds like you mail a check or something. That'd be the best.
You probably get right on that.
The iManifold still is the top-notch digital gauge tool. I guess it's a digital system tool more than a gauge set. They're top-notch still, but the app's got some issues. Hopefully they'll get it squared away, and we'll be back in the driver's seat shortly.
Hey, your tool is only as good as your app.
It is, yeah. It's a paperweight without it.
Some of my tools don't even have an app. They suck.
That's
I know, right?
Yeah. Try logging on to your hand.
I got this screwdriver, and I try to connect my phone to it, and it just sits there.
That's why you need one of those fiber optic pads that company does.
I need to sell fiber optic pads.
Fiber optic pad.
That's great.
Do they absorb more blood than the other ones?
I don't know. I don't know what the hell they do. It's special. I don't know where they pick them up from, but
They glow in the dark.
Went to
Does it send you a text message?
yeah,
went to a home warranty call today at Ralph.
yeah.
Well, after a home warranty company, because they went into the house and they had a furnace that had a short little drain line and it went into a plumber's hub. They said, "Oh, this is against code. I cannot touch it unless you want to redo everything."
Are you serious?
Yeah, and then they said it was plugged up in the plumber's hub, and they needed to call a plumber. So they called us, and I said, "Well, let me go out there and take a look at it." And it was plugged up in the drain line, the AC drain. There wasn't even anything in the damn hub.
Oh, jeez.
And they told the people they could not touch it. They had to redo their whole drain line system.
Oh, Jesus.
That's
The
right.
home warranties
Got to sell them a
pay
condensate
for
pump
that now?
and a 50-foot roll of copper pipe installed with insulation on it,
Sure. And then they'll pay you 10
warranties would
and a
pay
fiber
to clean that
fiber
drain
optic pad.
And a fiber optic pad.
and pay you $10 a pound for R22.
Yeah.
That's how much one of them told one of my homeowners they would pay.
Yeah. You get new
$10
22B.
They're up to 15 here on for R22.
Yeah, Great House, you did some home warranty work, didn't you?
I still do. I don't for American Home Shield much anymore because they owe me money. But
Okay, how do you make money? How do you make money? You're losing money right off the bat at $15 a pound for R22. You cannot buy the stuff for that.
No, you have to.
No.
The homeowner has to pay it.
the homeowner has to pay it.
Well, I'm sure that's like pulling goddamn teeth to get that.
Well,
out
it's
of
in
them.
their contract though.
Yeah, it's in their contract, and I mean, the way I do it, I tell them up front that I tell them, look in your contract, it's in there. So then that way, whenever the authorizer calls them to tell them what's not covered, then they don't come back screaming and throwing
At you.
stuff at me, and yeah. So
Yeah, but you're the one standing.
I violate.
So you're gonna get.
I
you're gonna get
violate
shit.
right. I violate my contract with them about you're not supposed to tell the homeowner the diagnosis, and you're not supposed to give them any prices. I don't follow none of that shit. I tell the homeowner exactly what's wrong, and
You can't tell them what's wrong.
because Huh?
You can't tell them what's wrong? Well, what are you going to do when they ask you what's wrong? When you say, well, ma'am, it's technically a secret. I can't tell you.
No, they want you. They want you to walk around the question and be like, well, we've got an idea what's going on. We're going to call it in and see what Almost like you're an idiot. You got to call them.
They think you're incompetent.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So yeah, I don't do none of that. That's. Matter of fact, I got let's see if I can find it here. I got you guys will find this interesting. So I get a email every Monday morning from CCHS, and it's basically it shows your performance as a like a dealer with them or whatever. Here it is. So what it does, it breaks it down. So I'll read it to you. Key performance indicators, the first column. So it says CCHS liability. The amount CCHS must pay out on each item associated with the claim. Okay, so this is an average since the first of the year, okay? So it says your actual is $407.23. Top providers in your area, $135.50. Rating requires attention.
Yeah,
And
I
then
get an email from Georgia Power all the time that tells me my electric uses compared to other people's houses.
Yeah, it's similar to that. We're way ahead. Every one of them says requires attention, except for recall percentage, 0. And then customer satisfaction, 100%. It exceeds expectations.
So what they're wanting you to do is take more of the burden on yourself, where you don't charge them more money, so you don't have that $400 average.
Right.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, it says statistics being presented, compiled based on 20 authorized items processed over the current quarter, which resulted in claim expenditures of $20,048.56.
That's a lot of policies they had to write right
Well,
there.
yeah, that's just a shame they had to spend money.
Yep, that's all that amounts to.
You're messing with their business model, dude.
Yep.
They're about to fire you, Great House.
You know what?
See ya.
If anybody from that company watches this Hangouts and comes to me and wants to offer me some
Somebody
money,
wants
not
the
to talk
link.
about them anymore. So I'll be happy to give them a number.
Is that what happened to you, Ralph? You got bought out?
Yeah.
You got bought out.
I need to be bought out. Who can I talk bad about to get bought out from?
$10.
First, you need to have like 11,000 subs.
Yeah, I have like.
Yeah, that's the trick right there. You got to have a following, and then let them,
Let them post.
Do that.
Post 10,000 comments.
Yep, post 10,000 comments.
Hey, can you post the link to the chat in the YouTube comments again, Ralph? Somebody was asking for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we've done. Here's something that we have started doing that has helped us with the home warranty. So we now have a paint dealer or a paint place here in town that I can buy paint equipment. Primarily, the home warranty I work for, when they spec something out, like they're going to provide the equipment, it's either Paint or Brian. I mean, that's what they send me. So, like the other day, we had one that they were going to send a new evaporator coil and a new condenser. They were providing it. I gave them the cost of labor to replace it, and then the minor non-covered charges. And then I went to the homeowner and said, "Hey," I said, "they're going to be providing you with a new condenser and a new A coil, but your furnace, is like a 1980s model furnace." I was like, "Would you be interested if I could match the equipment? Would you be interested in upgrading your furnace?" And they said, well, yeah, I mean, you've got to take it out anyway, right? I said, because it was a downflow. I said, yeah, we'll have to pull it either way. And he's like, sure, yeah, give me a price on it. So I called the paint dealer, and I said, hey, I said, look this ticket up for, this one that's being shipped. Let's find a furnace that matches. So they found a match, and I gave the homeowner an estimate, and they said, sure, if you're going to have it tore apart, let's go ahead and do it. So we actually upsold the furnace on the job, and in the process, looking at their duct work, we determined that they needed some duct work done. Of course, that's non-covered anyway, so we're going to be doing the whole thing now. So we're getting paid for the labor, and I'm making markup on the furnace, and then they're providing the rest of the equipment.
Okay, well, yeah, with that business model, you can make some money that way.
That's like 1 in 100 when we used to do home warranty.
It sucks.
It's like 1 in 100 jobs turn out like that. 99 as you show up and they start demanding that you give them a new unit like you have it in the truck ready to go.
No additional charge.
This unit has broken twice. I think I should get a new unit.
Oh, I could imagine.
One of the things that I ran into, and I think I talked to Ralph about this the other day. I showed up on numerous occasions where the people were like, we had a water heater that was leaking or something like that, and the guy who they sent out here, we just told him that we wanted a new one, so he lied to them, and we got a new refrigerator or a new water heater. And I'm like, well, I'm not that guy. I said,
right.
Because here's the, I was like, I'm not going to lie to them, and I'm not going to lie to you.
Right?
I said, that's just not how we do business.
If the guy's lying to home warranty, he's going to lie to the customer too without blinking, right? Because, I mean, what does he care?
Exactly, and that's what I tell them.
Well, I see it like this. If I can stick it to the home warranty company, I'll do it.
Except for the one.
Except for the one I can't stick it to them no more.
Yeah, because you got bought out.
Because
somebody said in the chat, American Home Shield is the lowest form of
Hey! Can't mention her name. Oh, you can. I can.
He can
ever to be associated with the HVAC industry, and they have been discussed here for hours tonight. Dang, that is sad.
That's Ted Cook who said that.
Hey,
I believe that absolutely.
I don't know. I've never done work for home warranty companies.
Oh, maybe you're missing out, Eric.
American Home Shield. That's the ones who want you to want to pay you $10 a pound for R22.
$10 a pound. That's awesome. I bet I can sell a lot of it for that price.
In my area, they want to pay $50 for a capacitor installed.
$50?
50, including
I won't
the
drive
labor.
by a customer's house and wave to him for $50.
Yes, 50.
Man, Eric, you could have a full-time, huge channel if you just do home warranty calls. Eric goes to home warranty calls.
I'm good. I'd be happy if I never have to go on a residential call again.
You see what it comes down to is they figure you travel on site free of charge just about, and then they figure the capacitor is the job that they're paying for, and they don't want to pay more than $50 for it with the labor.
I don't see how you can make money, but you kind of. The only way to make money is to kind of cheat the system, which why you even want to fight with that kind of stuff?
Yeah, you got to grab the knickknacks off their table when you're walking by. $50, you know what I'm saying? Go through their silverware and shit like that. See if there's any car windows open in their driveway.
There's actually a pretty decent company around here that does work for American Home Shield, and I'm just surprised that they do work for them.
They know how to play the game, is what it is.
Yeah, but why even worry about playing that game? I don't have time for that kind of crap. I'd rather just make honest money.
Sell everybody a fiber optic pad.
There you go.
Well, the big thing is you're not allowed to fix anything without getting it approved from them. And anything you do, they've got a price chart for it in this area.
And you probably got to sit on the phone for an hour, wait to get approval, and yeah, you know where's that money go to?
You don't get paid for sitting on the phone with them, which you have to do.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
That's why we don't do work for them.
You should ask them. Do I get paid for this time talking to you?
You just waste more of your time asking.
I added in when they asked me why it took so long. I said, "Well, I've been on the phone with you for half an hour, and I've had them fight with me over it." I said, "That's fine. I'll just leave. You can call somebody else to come out here and fix it."
For our 410A, they pay $3 a pound in this area.
$3
a pound is what they pay for our 410A.
Not anymore.
I'm no math wizard, but that's not enough.
I haven't looked it up, but that was last year's price. We haven't we fired them.
That sounds like a good idea. I would have fired them a long time ago too.
Well, it was stupid because it was to the point where, for that much time and how much paperwork they had to fill out for $3 a pound, it wasn't worth spending 15 minutes to fill out the damn paperwork. I mean, it's like, what am I going to get $6 more to do a half-hour paperwork? Hell no.
And how long you got to wait on your money? Well, how long you want to wait to get your $3 check or whatever, $6 check if you put 2 pounds in it?
It's net 60. So basically they will issue us a PO, then we do the work, then we have to send in an invoice, and then it's net 60 from when they have to approve and then pay the invoice.
Wow. 60 days to get paid your $3 a
But
pound.
not only that, they have to send a PO first to approve it. So they have to approve it and then fax us paperwork. And then we have to read the fine print because the approval may not be what they told us on the phone, but it's what they actually have in writing that they have to pay for. So if they say they're going to do something, sometimes they don't put it in the paperwork, and they're sneaky like that. Read that paperwork, guys, that they send you.
No, I'm just never going to work for them.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not going to have to worry about reading any of their paperwork.
I just read other stuff like.
And the best part is they will sometimes call you when you send an invoice. They will call you when you invoice the whole amount that was on the PO, and they will be asking questions like, "Did you know that the PO was for up to $200? It doesn't mean you have to charge $200 if the repair costs less." It's like, do you really think replacing a condenser fan motor and a capacitor that both went bad, do you think that's and travel? Do you think that twice, once because you had to get the motor second time, do you really think that wasn't going to be at least $200? It's going to be a lot more than that for anybody else.
Yeah, sounds like their that home warranty paperwork belongs on a roll next to my toilet.
Yeah.
What it comes down to is they expect that whatever happens is going to happen for $100. They expect that's what a service fee is.
Crazy.
They'll provide you the motor though. It's usually some like aftermarket one that doesn't match the bolt holes properly.
Oh, so you got to wait for them to send you the part, so the customer has to wait like a week
Sometimes.
to get air?
2 weeks.
Oh yeah, that's so.
And
good.
then you get it, and you get a universal motor that the bolt holes don't line up to the top of the unit.
Just let them keep doing stuff like that, and no one and home warranty companies will be a thing of the past.
Yeah, but that's it. That's just it, Eric. Everybody, people will still, or Joe, people will still work for them.
But no one is. If enough customers wait 2 weeks for a fan motor, they're just gonna stop.
Well, last year it wasn't so bad because like 410A refrigerant, for example, was relatively cheap for us. So when something happened with the customer, it wasn't worth arguing with the customer. Well, I don't want to pay for refrigerant. Okay, whatever, Mrs. Smith. Is a pound, really costs us $5. This year, it's $300 a damn container for it.
It's really simple. You don't want to pay for refrigerant? Okay, you don't get refrigerant. Have fun. Have fun with your compressor overheating and your unit not cooling, and you still get a high electric bill because your unit runs 24/7.
We need to send Eric on home warranty.
But where I'm going with that is,
Hey, if you think you can make money off of sending me on home warranty calls.
Where I'm going with it is last year we were buying 410A for $85 for 25-pound container of it. This year, I think we're paying like maybe $275.
I had a customer call me on a Saturday, and they had a bad TXV, and we told them how much it was going to be, and they're like, "Oh, we can have the home warranty company do it. They'll cover that." I'm like, "Have fun with that. See ya."
What's your cost on a T? What do you guys normally do a TXV for? We usually figure 3 hours labor, but we had a home warranty company tell us that they want to pay us 1 hour. I said no.
1 hour. Yeah, well, what you do is you drive to the call and you go to the unit, right, with a new TXV and like a piece of tape, and you just tape it onto the front of the unit. Like, I could do that for sure.
I like
For that price. I mean, yeah. Here you go, your new TXV installed on the unit.
You really should have a half-hour show, Eric, of going on home warranty calls. That would be great.
So
Eric's doing it again. Eric's at it again, guys.
Well, they had a lady who never.
We're just going to add refrigerator until the unit.
They had a lady who never worked on anything more technical than Christmas tree lights, questioning, well, why are you claiming that it's so complicated that it takes 3 hours? It's like, well, you got to pump down the unit. There's usually leftover. Got to recover that to EPA, guidelines, or got to unbraze it, flowing nitrogen, put a new one in there, replace the filter dryer.
And they're like, reasons.
No, there's no explaining with Eric. There's no
right. Then they're like, hey, then they're like, you got to replace why would you have to replace the dryer? We don't cover that. And it's like, because you open the system. That's.
I would ask that lady, do you have this home warranty company do work at your house? And then listen to the awkward silence that proceeds from there. Like, fuck no, I don't have that shit.
Of course.
Well, I think it's interesting how they deny a claim. And then, you got to vacuum it and leak test it and everything else. And then release the Freon and...
You're doing it wrong.
And properly charge it.
And you tape the TXV to the front of the unit, and then you charge them. Installed. Done.
I like that.
Next they want to know, well, how did you diagnose a TXV as bad? It's like, well, damn, it's got a damn subcool of
because the old one fell off.
It's like the subcool's 4 or 5 times higher than it should be, and the superheat's like freaking 50 something or 60 something. It's not, you know what I mean?
What you
and the subcool's got it all backed up. It's not going through.
So you're using logic. What you do, though, is you say, God told me. He sent me a message on my pager.
Yeah. So, Justin, who do you work for?
You can't argue with him. He's infallible.
Justin, where do you live and who do you work for, bud?
Right now, I'm between jobs.
Oh, okay. Where do you live?
South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina. What part of South Carolina?
Columbia area.
Oh, okay. Cool, man. I used to do a lot of work in Hilton Head Island and whatnot around in that area.
I used to live down there.
It's a nice spot.
Went to Myrtle Beach one time.
Beautiful area.
It's lovely.
Yeah, got my
one time.
Got my wife doing all the work now.
It was multiple times. Went to Charlestown.
I keep seeing Billy's face pop up on here, but I haven't heard Billy say a thing yet.
He's watching over us.
Billy.
He's moderating.
Where you at, Billy? You here?
Billy.
Oh, hey, what do you guys do when you have a customer who calls you up and they want you to put in a damn unit that they bought on the freaking internet?
We charge them just as much as if we would have actually acquired all the equipment ourselves, and that usually ends the conversation pretty quickly.
Gotcha. Because I had one where some guy calls and he wanted this is like 3 to 6 months ago, and he wanted a 5-ton Goodman put in. And he had a 3-ton before. It's like, no.
Tell him he needs a 12-ton.
Yep, 12-ton. Blow the doors off the house.
Oh, that's right.
I think
Commercial blower, 100 horsepower motor.
Centrifugal.
460 volts.
I think you just install the air filter in the living room, kind of like the air handler in the living room.
No filters. No filters. That's why the unit's so big.
What's that?
Could run. I got a good way to run the gas line for them too.
How's that?
Seal tight.
Listen to that awkward silence. That's like a 10.
I'm laughing at damn Hernandez and Bowers down here in the damn chat.
Yeah. Last awkward silence that bad was Hugh Grant's interview after he got caught with that prostitute.
Well, I actually know where that's coming from. It's coming from laziness, but I won't go there for sure.
Hey, gas isn't even really got much pressure on it.
No,
Oh,
it'd be all right.
But it's not
It's UV rated too, so you can run it outside.
With barbs and a hose clamp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool.
Actually, there was a system with a natural gas pipe from the meter to a tankless water heater running on steel tight lines. You know, the wiring conduit for HVAC systems.
There it goes again.
But did they ground the seal tight?
It's plastic.
But you have to ground it.
Yeah, Joe, it's plastic.
You can ground plastic.
Put it on the ground.
Yeah, you gotta put a screw in the middle of the gas line to do that. That's ground wire.
Problem solved.
I like to run it out of that clear tubing that comes with the condensate pumps.
That's what I'm saying,
you're
man.
such a
Put barbs
hack.
and condensate. Oh, can you hear me eating peanuts, Justin? I'm sorry.
Praise it.
But tell your war stories with the home warranty companies. Those are always interesting.
Well, we're gonna make a new TV show with Eric.
Be great.
We're gonna sell it to Discovery Channel.
It'll be good.
You ever watch? And my girlfriend's always watching those HGTV, and it's always those home remodeling shows. Do you ever see them at all in any one of those shows ever give any thought to the air conditioning? They're just like, oh, this fucking ductwork's in the way. This fucking air conditioner's in the way.
Our open kitchen's been compromised. Rip that shit out. We'll figure it out.
Let's relocate that 1995 Goodman to the attic because it's in the way of our open concept.
Yeah. That's about
Oh,
right.
you know what I saw?
Look really nice.
You know what I saw Thursday? That this is freaking hilarious. 1995 Goodman air handler with a 2014 410A condenser. They took all the 410A out and put 22 in it.
It worked.
They did.
What a waste, but it'll work.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
It'll work until the fan motor quits one day, and the thing like self-destructs.
Why would they put 22 in a 410A condenser? Because the coil, indoor coil, wouldn't handle the pressure, right?
because reasons. I don't know. I mean, why do people do anything? They wanted to sell the house. They're just like, we'll just replace the outdoor unit.
You can't get a dry ship unit anymore?
I don't think so. Although I've seen dry ship units from way past the date where I thought you could get them. So,
well, you can get a Johnson Controls for York Guardian or 407C.
Straight cool only.
Yeah, I'll straight cool only.
why would you want to add heat? You guys are silly.
Oh yeah. Because most of us don't like to damn walk around with a bunch of clothes on during the middle of the winter time.
What is
That's
this winter
why.
time you speak of?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Nature's air conditioning here.
What state are you in? You got no winter?
Florida.
Is it true you got customers running no cool calls in like January?
I had one no heat
That's
call.
a lie. Eric's lying.
I had one no heat call all year, and the same day, all the rest of the calls were no cool.
Wow.
The no heat call was somebody forgot to put W1 and W2 together, so they were only getting 5 kW out of their heat on a 4-ton unit.
Oh, nice. Oh, wait, that should be... Yeah. That should be plenty in Florida.
Not for a 4-ton. 10 kW is more like it.
What are you laughing at?
Joke I heard.
Okay.
Did that sound truthful?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Ralph, does it get cold in Marietta, Georgia?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Cold enough to have a modulating furnace.
That's right. It'll be the only one I ever see, but
Could you tell us about this, by the way, about this damper that you put in? That was the bypass.
what about it?
Ralph's got a hard on for this damper.
Oh, I love that thing. I love
Yeah,
it
it
as
was
much
pretty-
as Joe and Brent love the Digicools.
Whoa, man. It's,
Hey,
just
easy.
it's just a piece of ductwork, Ralph.
That's,
Man,
that's
I
some
love that.
serious love there, Ralph.
So what made you put that in,
Yeah,
Ralph?
but it's
I've seen
round and
those
it's
before.
got an
I've seen those.
opening.
Well,
But I've never.
I put it in because there's no sense in messing with a regular bypass damper. If you're gonna put it in, you might as well put in something that really works.
Hey, could you customize it if you wanted to, Ralph, or do you have to just let it do its thing only?
Yeah, no, you can't do anything to it.
You can't.
No. And once it's set.
It's set at 0.5 and that's it?
Yeah.
0.5 or something.
Yeah.
How much is a damper like that?
That one was like $225.
That's not bad.
Wow.
Damn.
Should have just sold them an inverter. Take the bypass out.
No, actually in heat, and I know, well, no, you still use heat. I know Eric's going to be like, what heat are you talking about? But on my inverter, it actually overheats with my zoning.
Do you
Oh
have a
man, that's
bypass?
terrible.
Huh? Yeah, so I'm going to actually put a bypass on mine come wintertime.
You can't like crack another zone open.
Well, no, I actually have that. Well, that was a problem. I was overheating. Like when one zone calls, you would think, well, it wouldn't go up, fourth stage. It would stay around second and third with just one zone calling. But now it would go up to fourth stage and fourth.
Can't you lock it out?
Well,
Even the new one does that too?
yes, my new one does that too. Yeah. So I don't know if it's something in the controls or. When I went to the factory tour, I was wanting to talk to a controls engineer to find out what was going on.
So there's no way you
W1?
lock it out.
Well, hell, I don't want to lock out all my stages. You know what I mean?
It just won't run then, will it?
Well, I mean, if both of them call at the same time, I want them, the stages to come on.
I guess what I'm saying is, could you lock out like a different stages for heat and different stages for cool? Because I know for cool you said you locked out like the
This
highest stage.
Yeah. Well, I could, but if both zones called, I want all my stages to run in heat.
Gotcha. But what if you locked it out though and just figured it'd run a little while longer at a lower stage if both zones called? You wouldn't be pushing hot air, you'd be pushing lukewarm air. Is that right?
Yeah, because I tell you what, it got so hot in my damn living room. It's 78 degrees sometimes in my living room. And that's what was happening is I was modulating my dampers because my dampers will modulate. But it was overheating the house.
When I see dampers, they're usually manual. You have to like manually adjust them.
Oh no, these are actually a ZWC.
What I was at. Do you have it
They make it-
communicating?
Do I, Joe? Yeah, it's communicating.
They make good zone controller boards as well.
Is there a W1, W2, and W3
No. It's
There's nothing?
Nope. No.
Is it communicating
Has to be
thermostat?
communicating.
Yeah, it's completely communicating. There's nothing. I got no control over it except for what I can do in the stat, and I've done everything I could think of to do to get it to, but there's no like, well, if one zone is calling, it's only going to run to third stage or second stage or whatever.
Well, dang, they need to fix that.
I
'cause
know.
That's no good.
How many travel or wires is the communicating system use?
Just 3.
All of them.
3. Wow.
So yeah, I agree, Joe. They need to fix it, but until they do, I'm kind of stuck with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think carriers should probably. Well, Brent's gone, but he would know more about it than I do.
How does the communicating system work with like a zone controller board?
Well, it's his own. The company makes that board, so it all communicates with each other.
Okay, so you just don't use a traditional like.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Well, that kind of limits you to the thermostat choices too.
Well, yeah, you can only use what the manufacturer does. Ted Cook said, "Buy a train for perfect zoning." Well, first of all, you gotta want to buy a train so you can have perfect zoning. But
First of all, you have to bend over.
I know. You know, Ted. Well, we're gonna give each other a hard time, but it's tough for me to buy a train because I don't want to deal with their corporate stuff.
Now, I think it's interesting to put a blanket over their compressors.
So they stay nice and warm in the wintertime.
In the wintertime.
I know, right? That stupid spine fin coil thing.
I don't care for the spine fin.
How do you clean the damn thing? You just hose it off and hope for the best.
Have dogs pee on it. Lots of dogs.
Self-cleaning.
No, you have lots of dogs pee on it.
They claim that those don't need to be clean and they're maintenance free and stuff, but I promise you put one in front of a dryer bin or something like that, and your high side pressure goes through the damn roof.
Well, there's a little tiny asterisk by that statement.
I've never seen that statement. I'm pretty sure they don't say that.
There's a little tiny asterisk and it says, your results may vary.
Results may vary, huh?
But
your hearing unit is installed in a filtered, air-conditioned environment. Then
Hey, I don't mind that coil. I don't mind the spine fin coil as long as I don't have to clean it.
Yeah, when they're on a nice clean roof, they never need cleaning. You know what I mean?
Which is good because you probably won't have access to a hose to clean them with.
Perfect. But then again, neither does the Goodman next to it. So.
Or those train Voyagers where you have to split the freaking coils to get all the dirt out of them.
What do you think of the worst thing about the Goodman is the stupid thin metal crap that they build around the condenser units and the screw holes flying up.
They buy that stuff in the store. It's what we call aluminum foil.
That's the worst part of it. Everything else, the
It's tin foil. Aluminum's more expensive.
What I guess I'm saying is, if you got a Copeland scroll in one of those, and like a Gentech motor or something like that, condenser motor, it's all basically the same as just damn near anything else, except for the fact that it's got that thin ass crap around the.
No, Goodman's not going to come with a Gentech motor anymore.
No, it's Broad Ocean.
Yeah. And,
no, it's like Nanfang or something like that now.
Say no, I don't.
No, once a Nanfang. N-A-N-F-E-N-G.
It's going to say on the box, made in America.
Proudly made in America.
Proudly made in America.
Assembled.
Proudly assembled in America with mostly migrant workers. But.
Well, what drives me nuts, the trick of those is you got to start all the screws first before you tighten them up.
The trick to those is going to buy those screws that are oversized.
Yeah, the number.
Changing them all
the
out.
number 12 self tappers with the 5/16 head, so you don't have to get.
You got to get the 2-inch long ones. Really run them in there.
Oh yeah, those are the best.
Yeah, I've seen Goodman's starting to put Chinese rotaries in their smaller units.
Well, they've been doing that on the like 1.5 ton. You may get you may get a Panasonic or.
It's not even Panasonic. It's like Ricci or something.
Well, why they do that? Because they get these compressors to test. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Are those going to go to like
I know what you mean,
complexes?
Ralph, because they have just walls and walls of compressors.
Right.
Testing at the factory.
Yeah.
We
Nobody
had
uses.
a 2.5 ton gas pack unit, and it had one. Man, that thing was so loud because it had that's a pretty big rotary compressor. You know what I mean? 2.5 tons.
Oh yeah.
But nobody uses
that
1.5.
thing was loud.
Nobody uses a 1.5 ton unit unless they're in like a 1-bedroom apartment.
That's not true. I just.
Yeah, 1.5 2.5 tons will cool up.
I did a whole change out yesterday. It was a ton.
Yeah, it'll cool like a 1-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and laundry room or something.
Dude, that thing probably an apartment like that probably needs like 9,000. But
I have a 6-ton rotary in my shop. I spent like 2 hours trying to take it apart with a grinder. Those things are put together like
a
crazy.
6-ton rotary?
Yep.
What the heck?
700 volts DC, 3-phase.
Oh, from an LG.
Yeah.
He loves LG.
Yeah.
You would know.
Of course it is. Why did I?
What else would it be from? I mean, come on.
You know, I always see the apartments, brown turd Goodmans.
That's right.
Think
So they don't last that long down here. They're all green now.
Oh, really? How so?
Because they run 24/7, 365, so they don't last long enough to have any brown. There's very few brown ones around anymore.
Oh, okay. Because this is South Carolina. It still gets hot as hell. Like, I don't know, 6 or 7 months a year.
We're hot as hell 12 months out of the year.
Gotcha.
Literally always running and cooling.
And your power's cheap in Florida too.
It wouldn't matter either way. People aren't going to go without AC.
Now let me ask you this: when they upgraded the green turds, did they upgrade the indoor coils too?
We only have air handlers here. We don't have furnaces, so they typically get changed.
So they did change in the 410A systems then. I mean, an apartment's easy. It's like a one-unit little box. It's got like a damn duct on the top, and an air filter just fits in the front grill. There is no.
Typically, you see the front return ones a lot in buildings.
Gotcha.
See water source heat pumps a lot too, though.
Did you figure out your carrier unit today, Eric?
I slowed the fan down on it. I need to get a piece of plexiglass, though. The other guy was saying he peeled the panel back and saw water splashing up. I'm like, what does that tell you? He peeled the panel back.
Right.
It's not really definitive. So, I don't know. That unit's been constant trouble. The first time I went to it, it had no airflow. Every damper was closed, so I opened up all the dampers, got the static pressure within reason. And then it was still filling, and it was, well, let me back up. When it had no airflow, it was running like a 52-pound suction. So I got it up to like, a reasonable 68-pound suction at 76 degrees return air, which is still a little low, but not crazy low. And it was still filling up the emergency pan. So I'm looking at the pan because the pan was in there kind of funky, and I found a crack, and the pan was cracked. So I'm like, all right, we'll change the drain pan. We'll change the drain pan on it. Still filling up the emergency pan. And those carrier units, they have that stupid snorkel system on the coil, and they're just known for not really working well in horizontal. This one's a horizontal left, though. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
I have to send you a link to this guy. It's got a couple videos.
I just want to take my Sawzall and cut all 4 of the all threads and hold it in the ceiling and let it hit the freaking ground and say, yep.
Did anybody else see Stephen Lavamanieri's latest heat pump video? I watched it, and the one thing I thought was great work, but the one thing I thought was I was amazed when I saw someone put in a copper condensate drain line. I've never seen that before here.
It's specified on some jobs around here. But
I'm sure Eric does that all the time. Run a copper 3/8 line for your condensate pump.
Well, I'm saying gravity drains. There's some places where they're spec'd to be copper.
Commercial.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I've done some copper 3/8 condensate drains up in the attic.
It is kind of a waste of
I've ran a 250-foot one at a mall.
Wow.
250 foot of copper drain pipe because it had to be copper.
Yeah.
What spec is that says it has to be copper for an old condensate?
The plan said it. Not even code. The plan. They specified it in the plan. It was built into the price. All metal ductwork, all copper for condensate drains, and that was it. That's what you're gonna do. And the maintenance guy at the mall, he's even like, yeah, next time you come up here, this drain won't be here.
It'll be plastic.
It.
Yeah.
But they do that because it's antimicrobial.
Gotcha. The maintenance guy's like, I'm filling the copper piping and putting PVC in.
They won't even do that. They'll just let it drain on the roof. You'd be lucky if they don't crack the pan where it goes in when they rip it out of there.
Shoot, a copper drain line won't clog up for a long time, though.
Yeah, if I was going to run one at my house, I would run it with the copper.
How is it any better than PVC for not clogging up, though?
It's antimicrobial.
Yeah.
It's a natural
Deterrent.
deterrent for it.
Kills microbials.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you don't have to put in as many of those condensate tabs.
I've seen them in hospitals where they're like 40 years old and like nobody ever bothers to clear the drains and they never clog up.
But when they do clog up, they're so full of junk, it's freaking pain to clog them.
It's non-microbial junk.
Right.
Yeah, whoever's in the chat that said copper P-traps, yes, they definitely make copper P-traps.
What do you guys use to clear those drain lines when they clear? Just a little CO2 blower, or?
I pee in them.
The Moab.
He works in the White House.
We'll fix this.
Yep, all clear.
I know an old timer who's telling me that, like 25 years ago, they used to use R22 to blow out condensate drains.
People use 410 to clear out condensate drains.
I did that yesterday.
Yeah.
I use nitrogen myself, but you know.
We have an air.
Log it in the EPA.
Well, it doesn't count. You can use it for clearing drains because it's only a problem if you're venting it as a refrigerant. You're not. You're venting it as a drain cleaner. They sold like refrigerants as boosters in aerosols for years, and it was exempted because it wasn't being used as a refrigerant. So you know.
That's true. It's a propellant, not a refrigerant.
Yeah, it's a drain cleaning.
I was
solution.
I was reading a can of like air duster or something, and one of them that said non-flammable fellows or something. If you type the name of it into the internet, it comes back that it's really R134A, and the other cans are 152A.
Well, they sell 134A like over the counter. You don't have to have an EPA to buy it for some reason.
Not for very much longer.
Oh, are they getting rid of that?
No, you're gonna have to start having an EPA card to buy it. Steven's in the house.
I don't know what are they worried about with HFCs. They don't deplete the ozone. I know they supposedly have a global warming potential, but we all know that.
It doesn't matter. You're still gonna have to have an EPA card come January 1st to buy any kind of refrigerator.
Well, I've got that, but I mean, it's just, to me, it's weird because I mean, all these people who've been relying on buying 134A aren't going to be able to buy it anymore.
Nope.
Well, too bad, so sad, right?
Right.
Too bad, so sad. Yo, dad.
I know California's been doing that for years, but
can't buy a lot of things in California.
Can't buy any damn ammunition either.
California.
You can buy some weed though.
Yeah. See, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms and explosives, that ought to be like the name of the store.
And refrigerant.
And refrigerant.
Don't give them any ideas. They'll put another.
Hey man, I got a can of 134A. You want it?
Yeah, it's gonna be like back alley deals. People are gonna be getting stabbed over a fake can of 134A. People are gonna sell them fake refrigerant. That's gonna be hilarious. People are gonna like find ways to refill those old 134A cylinders, and they're gonna refill it with like nitrogen and sell it
propane, probably. It'll be propane.
Whatever. Old farts, but you're gonna put it in your system and it ain't gonna work. Man, you sold me fake refrigerant.
Man, it was full of oregano.
It was full of cut. They're gonna be cutting refrigerant. It's gonna be like 2% 134A, like 98% nitrogen.
Water. Gotta give it some weight.
Wait a second.
Some water, yeah.
Nitrogen is more or less a non-condensable. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's liquid nitrogen, it can be condensed, but it has to be very, very cold or under extremely high pressure. It's more or less, for all intents and purposes, non-condensable. Nitrogen, that is.
Got that R22.
You just sell them CO2.
Man.
Got a 50-pound. I got 50 pounds of R22 in a recovery cylinder. I should just take it out and freaking shoot it and just laugh at everybody on YouTube. Be like, haha, that was R22.
You'll have people come to your house and pick it with the stupid sign, probably.
Good.
I don't think
They'll be like,
No,
oh,
Eric's
oh,
gonna log it. 50 pounds used.
I was working on my log just right now.
Leak detector. Oh, it was to test my leak detector. Trace gas.
Trace gas. It's a trace cloud.
If you just leave it cracked very slightly, that's a different purpose. That's not letting it out. That's just
Holy shit! Steve Lav is
It
in.
was an accident.
To me, slightly is
De
subjective.
minimis.
Anything under 50 pounds is de minimis.
That's right.
Steve, what are you doing?
I just got up a little while ago. I was taking a snooze.
Steve is taking a nap again, Mama.
Oh, yeah.
Change
Stevie Lapp's a real working man, y'all.
Steve, that I was talking about the copper condensate drain you ran there. I'd never see that over here.
Why not?
What prompted that? I don't know. Just what prompted that? People here are too cheap to buy anything with PVC for those drains.
Oh, I had copper right there. It's rigid. It's easy to do, and it lasts a long time. So.
Oh, no doubt, it's just as good or better. I'm just like, wow, I've never seen that before. People here are so cheap.
Well, I charged you $9,000 for the system, so I think there's money in there for copper.
That's because you're honest. Most people charge $9,000 and provide PVC.
Yeah.
There's that silence again.
It's fucking awkward.
It's real awkward. I just watched my phone blow up with 12 texts, so. Yeah.
Textual harassment.
Yeah,
So
it is.
Textual harassment.
Hey Steve, I don't understand how you did that. The bending of the stainless steel and everything. How did you put it on, like one side at a time, or what's the method you use? It turned out really good.
Oh, the sheet metal?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what I do is I get the unit where I need it, and then I measure, from the unit to say the return. Say it's 18 inches, was what I need, the width, and I cut a piece 18 inches, and then longer than what I need, I slide it in there and I mark it. This way here you can't screw it up, and I know where my bends are, and I slide it out and I make my bends. And then what I do is, I overlap it 1 inch on each side to bend over and then start the other side.
Steve, I wanted to see how you got that last piece in there.
Right, the last piece you got to do is you got to bend the S-lock out. So then you pop the sides in, and then, the two S-locks that go across the top and the bottom are already bent out. So you just snap it in and then bend the S-lock back and screw it in.
Oh, you bend it all the way 90 degrees out.
Justin
on
Hernandez? Justin Hernandez, you mean bend it over and slide it in. All right, y'all go ahead.
Ralph
You gotta spit on it first.
Yeah, he had it backwards.
I'm just saying that's what I want to see more of, sheet metal work, because that's some skill right there.
Go ahead, Ralph. Show him.
Hell, I got a whole damn video series on it.
What more could a guy ask for?
Yeah, it's on my playlist. Sheet metal.
Check it out.
Man, all you need
Why were you
is a
can't
knife
screw it
and
up?
a roll of tape.
Yeah, that's all I do is I just tape the holes up. Fill it up with a little mastic, and we're good to go.
Use a fucking drive cleat.
Just 3
Duct
rolls
tape.
of tape
That's right.
on every job.
Ductmate, man. You just use Ductmate. You call that fitting in and have somebody else build it.
Yeah, if I got a 3-inch gap I got to fill, I just overlap the tape a couple inches. I use like three swipes of it, and I'm good to go.
The mastic tape, man. That stuff's good stuff.
Yeah, it really is.
Hey, Steve, you like that Stay Bright 8 stuff, huh? I see you using that. I saw you use that in that video. I like that you use nitrogen, but what's your thought on that stuff? Because everyone here brazes. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Stay Bright 8. I'm just asking your opinion on it.
I like the stuff. You don't heat the pipe up as much. You don't need to use nitrogen because it doesn't, get any schmag inside the pipe. And it's fast,
Hey, I got a good question for you, Steve, while you're in here. I had to replace a 2-inch ball valve on a water line, and the company gave me a lead-free fitting, and I used Stay Bright 8, and I put the video on YouTube, and some guy told me because I used Stay Bright 8, it's going to fail.
No, it's fine. It just got a little bit more silver in it. It's just, more.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking why I didn't know any better, but I was thinking, why would this fail just because it's a lead-free valve with Stay Bright?
No, it's fine. It's the same stuff. I use stuff that's similar to that. Just just 95.5. It's called Stay Bright, but it doesn't have the extra silver in it for soldering. Silver. It's called Silver Bright. I'm sorry, it's not Stay Bright. It's called Silver Bright. That's from the same company.
Yeah, the guy said that I should have used 95.5, and because I used Stay Bright 8, it was going to come apart one day, and I was like, oh, that's great.
I don't think so.
That's great to hear because there's only about 15 stories ahead on that valve. So
why would you use a lead-free fitting and then you wind up using 95.5 anyway?
Back in the day, that old leaded solder used to flow better than this new crap.
I didn't care what it was because it was condenser water, so it really doesn't matter if I use lead-free or lead solder or whatever. But
ain't nobody gonna be drinking it.
Yeah, I hope nobody's drinking that water.
Except ain't no leaded solder ever hurt anybody in a damn water pipe.
I don't know. There's really no safe level of lead to be able to be exposed to if you go research.
Well, the lead-free stuff still has lead in it, just has less lead.
And neither one of them ever hurt any damn buddy unless they're filing it off in the damn pipe and then drinking it.
I got 20 pounds of 50/50 out in the shed, but it's not for putting lines together. It's for putting drain pans together. Well, a little bit of muriatic acid, some sal ammoniac, and a 2-pound tender's iron, and I'll make you a drain pan that'll last forever.
Poor Justin Hernandez fish died. That's a little lead in the water.
Well, time to eat that fish.
He retracted.
Somebody's having fish tonight.
He retracted.
Anybody want to buy an iConnect?
You can't give an iConnect away right now.
You'll send it to Fritz.
You should.
Oh, that's right. He got one.
Yeah, we haven't seen Steve's iConnect in a while.
Is your app crashing, Steve?
If you send it to me, I'll troubleshoot it.
Didn't you lose one a year ago?
I don't know. I like the Smart Tool. I like the Testo 550 too. So I think stuff's fine.
I like the Testo 550 as well. I just wish it had the vacuum gauge built into it, but it's easy enough just to get a separate standalone micron gauge.
You shouldn't be pulling them back.
I wish it had a scale.
I knew this was kind of going to come up.
I wish it had a scale built into it, so I could just set my refrigerant on top of the display screen, and it would weigh it in for me.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I wish it had built-in arms.
I wish it had a built-in vacuum pump in the gauge.
Yeah.
I wish it had a
built-in recovery machine.
I wish it had a button that would pleasure myself with it.
It does, the backlight button.
It
gives you like a warming sensation.
It turned out to be quite a tool.
Hey, Steve, question about plumbing, not so much HVAC, but I got some PEX work I got to redo in the house that I got. What's the best PEX? It's all PEX. It's a house that was built 2 years ago. Had a line that froze last winter. I just turned the water off to it, and it busted. I got to replace a piece. But what's the best hex connectors to use that don't leak? I know there's like 3 or 4 different systems out there. Which one do you like?
I use the ones with the rings. There's all different kinds. You know, use whatever you can.
Which rings though are the ones that haven't been any trouble for you?
Well, I use the old style stuff. I got a whole bunch of it left. That's what I use.
Okay, so I just get the good old crimp ring.
You put 2 rings on each, you'll never leak. If you want to double ring it.
I'll double ring it then. Thank you, sir.
That will work for sure, guaranteed.
That's what I'll do. I'll double ring it. Thank you.
No, just double ring it, and then you guaranteed. The rings are cheap enough, you know.
Well, the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick some damn insulation in that garage wall where the damn pipe was that froze. Asshole contractor who built the place.
Usually, yeah, you want to get it towards the inside wall. He probably had it towards the outside wall if it froze.
It ran through an outdoor garage, which was not a living area, and they didn't put any insulation there.
Yeah, well, it's not heated too, so yeah, that's gonna freeze.
I'm gonna stick some insulation in that wall too.
Maybe you should move it to an interior wall, or a wall that's heated.
Well, it's got to run along the garage because it goes to an outdoor faucet. That's out there. I mean, unless I can relocate the faucet. I mean, that's another option, I guess.
Yeah, if it's freezing, there's usually an issue there. You know, you got to address that issue, or you're gonna have a problem again most of the time.
Yes, sir. There's definitely an issue there.
Yeah, so an outside faucet, you could relocate that somewhere else. You know.
You know what? It's hardly even cold here. I'm in the middle of South Carolina. We had one day, Steve, and it was this year, and it was like 21 degrees that it fell to for 8 hours or 10 hours or something like that. And I'm like, damn it if it didn't bust that day.
Did the faucet or the pipe?
The pipe. The pipe. The faucet didn't bust. It was the PEX pipe that busted. What I did is I cut the drywall open and I just capped off the end, so because it just went. It was the end of a pipe that went to a faucet.
Just add a coupling to it. Cut the bad piece out, and add a coupling to it. There's probably flex there.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that because I'm just going to replace that whole section because the area that broke in the pipe was only a couple inches. So I'll just cut past the break and just get a little piece and put a coupling on it, and I'll replace it all the way to the metal.
About it leaking, just double ring it, on each joint.
Yes, sir. That's what I'll do. Thank you for that suggestion. I didn't even think about that.
Thing is, that they got the Vega. There's all different. They're a lot more expensive per fitting. I still have the old stuff, and I use it once in a while. I don't do a lot of PEX. I use it like once in a while. Let's say if I'm going to be putting an outside faucet in somewhere, and it's 20, 30 feet away or something, I use PEX down in the basement. It's fast.
This whole house they did it with PEX, but even here it's stupid as hell. As I look in the wall, and the morons put connectors all over the damn place, where they could have just did a gentle bend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, contractors not all, not you, but I mean, a lot of contractors these days are not. They just don't give a shit.
Well, that's the reason why I use PEX. You got less fittings, and you just whip it in.
Exactly.
Whip it in. There you go, talking about that kind of stuff again. One guy says bend it over and stick it in.
Well, personally, before PEX has never been my favorite. I've never worked with the stuff. My favorite stuff, and I'm not a plumber. I don't do this for a living, but the very small amount of plumbing that I've done has been for my own place. In the past, I had a different place. I did a little bit of PVC with a little, clean it, put a little glue on it, or primer then glue. That's been my favorite because I never really liked solder, and I always looked at some of the stuff that you're doing, Steve, and I'm going, damn, I wouldn't solder in that small place. I'd be scared it's going to burn the damn house down or something, or char the wall or whatever.
Well, the thing is, in my state, if it's a commercial building, it has to be either copper or cast iron, so it can't be PVC.
Oh, okay, gotcha. The last place I owned before this place, it was all PVC and CPVC.
Well, residential is PVC. You could use PVC, but not in a commercial building. So all the union guys, they don't really use PVC.
Makes sense. I only ever owned residential. I never owned any commercial or
It's the
industrial.
firemen that don't want it because it's very toxic if there's a fire.
Understood.
But won't it be like an auxiliary fire suppression system once your water lines melt and all that water spraying everywhere?
Well,
No, because it breaks in one place and it burns everywhere, though.
Yeah, so it's starting to warm up over here. This week's going to start getting into the 70s. It's been, in the 60s around here.
Damn, it's been in the 90s here, Steve, for, God, I don't know, since maybe April.
Yeah, it's been cool.
I couldn't tolerate. How cold does it get in the winter?
Oh, 20s.
Oh, it just gets into the 20s? It doesn't,
For the most part in the winter, it's in the 20s, but it dips down in the single digits at times. But,
Is the 20s the higher or is that your low? Is that the high for your day, though, the 20s, or is that your low?
Well, it depends on what time of year it is,
Because here I've seen lows in the 20s, but if it touches 20, it's only for hours, and then it's above freezing again.
Well, we got days that are in single digits around here. It depends, on the weather.
Yeah, that don't happen here. I was getting concerned last year when it was in the 20s for like a day or so, because the water inlet pipe from the water meter and everything is only about 3-4 inches under the ground. It's no further down than the sprinkler system. I kept some water trickling through the house,
Yeah, there you go. They'll stop it. Yeah, just keep a little steady stream going, and it won't freeze.
I did the same thing for the tankless water heater, and none of the pipes, and it's an outdoor unit, none of the pipes are insulated. So I threw on that foam insulation, and then I also stuck fiberglass in there too.
Yeah, as long as you keep it a constant drip, it won't freeze.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I did. So.
Because you don't get that cold around there. But see, our water pipe's down 4 feet in the ground here.
Yeah, I always keep it plugged in too because it's an outdoor tankless. Actually, it works really good. I've seen a lot of places where the tankless don't work with crap, but here it's on the outside right next to the gas meter, so it's got plenty of gas flow, and it works. I mean, it delivers 3.5 gallons a minute, no problem, indefinitely.
Oh, there you go. What kind is it?
It's a Japanese one named Takagi or Takagi, Takagi.
Huh.
I'll get you a model number. It's cheaper than hell. I looked at it. It's just a contractor's model, but you got the controller in the bathroom there. You turn on the water, and within about 1 second, the burn light is on, and you got hot water to the faucets in, I don't know, 5-10 seconds. But that's only because the bathroom's on the same side of the wall as the water heater, and it's not far from it, though. That's
I try to just put regular water heaters in. It's hard to beat a regular water heater.
Well, I think this thing by far beats the regular water heater, aside from the fact that one of these days there's going to be a problem with the heat exchanger or the electronics or something. Then it's going to be, no one's going to have to troubleshoot. It's just going to be, I'll just going to replace it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I always worry about the heat exchanger cracking and freezing in the winter, though. I've had times when I'm concerned. I'll just open the hot water just to fire it up and heat the heat exchanger. I always worry about the heat exchanger. So I don't know how you guys handle it. How do you guys tolerate it? Do you guys have your water lines buried real deep there?
4 feet.
4 feet? Wow.
Yep.
I don't know how you guys handle it. How do you tolerate it? Do you guys have your water lines buried real deep there? Wow. How does the water meter guy read the meter? Because the meter can't be 4 feet down. Does it just come up?
The meter's in the cellar, in the basement, or in the house.
Oh, they don't put them outside like they do here. Okay.
Oh, well, they do have meter pits, but that's kind of very, very, you don't see that too often.
So the water meter guy has to schedule a meeting with the homeowner to come and look at the meter?
Well, no, all the new meters they put in now all satellite read, so.
Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. So they just do a drive-by in the neighborhood and they got all the readings.
They don't even have to do the drive-by. They can do it from a satellite.
Smart meter.
Yeah, smart meters. I gotcha. That makes sense that it'd be in the basement. Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't.
up here we got all full basements. For the most part, 99% of the houses you walk in, I got a full basement.
Oh wow, okay. Here it's just concrete slab. There's nothing under it except for dirt.
It's just maybe down by the water it's like that, but for the most part, everybody's got a full cellar.
Understood. I actually kind of wish I had a basement, but I don't. Most of my water lines are either running one wall, and some of them are running the attic. Tell me that is bizarre.
We don't have that because it freeze.
Gotcha. I will say this: the water lines that are in the attic, they covered them with that blow-in paper, cellulose or whatever that insulation is.
Yeah, but like you said, it don't get that cold down there, so usually you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's only getting down in the 20s for one day for a couple hours. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not going to freeze. That's like down in Florida. Same thing down there.
Hey, Steve, somebody in the chat wants to know why you wear gloves. They couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a freshwater plumber. That's the
I
truth.
tell you, plumbing's been good to me. I ain't got no complaints about it.
No. It's because you're good at it. You don't have any callbacks.
Oh, I get callbacks. It's just, it happens to everybody.
Probably stupid shit like people who, it's dripping and they got the water, they got it's from like the shower not being drained out or something.
Usually, say if I was there fixing a toilet 6 months ago or something, it's, oh, you were just here. I was like, yeah, well, it was 6 months ago. I changed the flap, and now the fill valve's problem.
I bet. They can't figure out on their own how to put in like a little fluid master unit. Sorry. Some things are so simple.
Some people just don't have the time. They just, doctors and lawyers, they don't know anything about that stuff. Not everybody's handy, believe me.
Yeah, I know.
It's a female or an older couple, and the guy's retired, and he don't have the tools. He don't want to play around with it. Just call someone in and do it.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I own a rental unit, and I wouldn't fix it myself. I'd probably just send someone if something comes up.
It's kind of like an echo in the chat there. We talk, and then it comes back. What's up with the echo?
I don't know.
It's probably just on your end, isn't it, or no? Because I don't hear an echo.
Yeah, I'm getting it sometimes too.
Yeah, I get it sometimes too.
What I do is
I can hear it too.
I mute my mic when I'm not talking because I think that helps everybody else.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who it's coming from.
Yeah,
Somebody's got two videos running.
Yeah, somebody's got the chat and the Hangout going.
Oh, okay.
There's like a 3 or 4 second
Yeah,
delay.
yep.
Yeah.
I think it's BK HVAC join chat.
That was Billy.
Yeah.
I don't have an echo on my end, so it must be me.
Well, Justin's picture's showing up, then that happened. But his mic is muted.
How's Harry been, George? How's Harry been?
He's been all right. He's just working in a different place, so he can't like do social media as much as he used to.
Oh, he's moved. He's not working in the same place.
No, no. Some things happening, so he's gone somewhere else.
He's not working for the family no more.
No.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
So he's got to really work now.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like an hour and a half away from where I'm at.
Holy cow. Well, that's kind of shitty. I haven't heard from him. I was wondering what's up with him.
Yeah, he's definitely. I heard from him. I actually went over there to look at 3 package units.
But it is still a restaurant type of thing?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I thought he had a pretty good setup there with the family thing and all that, but...
Yeah, his dad they built a restaurant up in New York, so I think he's going to be moving.
Well, he'll do fine whatever he does. He's good at it.
Yeah.
Well, he'll do fine whatever he does. He's good at it. Yeah.
That echo's still there.
I know. Steve, are you talking on do you have like a earphone and a mic?
Nope.
Do you have both things going?
No, I do not. No. What, the echo started when I came in?
Yeah.
No.
Hold on for a
second. It was before that.
It was before that?
Yeah.
I can't figure out who's doing it because Joe Shears is muted. Yeah. I don't know who it's coming from.
Just mute everybody at once. Can't you do that, Ralph?
Well, I can mute let's see, I'm gonna mute Steve right quick and see if it goes away.
Yeah, no, it shows me that he's muted as well, so you have the power to mute everybody.
Yeah, I can mute anyone. So yes. Let's see, I'm gonna unmute him now. No, he'll have to unmute himself.
Oh.
So once I mute him, I can't unmute him.
Okay, yeah, I just unmuted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely happening before Steve got here.
Maybe it's Joe Shear.
No, he's muted.
He's muted?
Yeah.
Now it stopped though.
Huh.
Somebody figured it out.
What's that?
I got some AC calls to do tomorrow Saturday.
What's the weather up there?
It was like 70 degrees today, so I think
wow.
tomorrow's going to be 72 or something. It's just starting to get warm enough to... I like to check an air conditioner when it's, 72, 74 out,
So are these like PMs for you, or did you literally have people calling you to come check it, and then you were like, let's just wait till it gets warm?
Yeah, that's what I tell them. I wait till it gets a little... Because most of them just need a charge.
Yeah.
And they just probably need a pound and a half of refrigerant to get them going. There's a lot of old systems up here, leakers, and people just don't want to spend the money. I'm getting $100 a pound for the 22. 410A, I think I'm going to do 50 pounds this year because it's, I just bought a couple of cans, $2.25 a can.
Yeah, you may want to go up because it's going to be higher than that, Steve.
It's going to keep climbing.
Yeah.
410A's gone way up. It's like, holy cow, last year was like $120, $125 a can. Yeah, you think it's going to keep going up?
Yeah, for a while.
We paid $275 this year, Steve, for cans of 410A. Last year we were paying $85.
Yeah, I was in the supply house the other day, and the guy didn't have an account, and he just opened one. They charged him $285. That was like 2 weeks ago.
It's like, holy cow.
Yeah.
And it's only 25 pounds. It's not no 30 pounder.
Yeah.
What were they charging you with an account, Ralph?
I was like $240.
I got a pretty good deal at $225 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
You definitely got a good deal, Steve.
How many cans did you buy?
I just bought 2.
Still, though, that's a good deal.
Yeah, and I agree.
Going up, I might get half a dozen, because the price is gonna. Well, what happens? The price goes up and then it comes back down again. That's what happened with the 22.
It's going to go down real slow though, Steve, because what happened was there was a fire in a plant in China, in Supply House told us that they're looking at not this year but next year reopening to make that component R125 that's like 50% of the 410A.
There's that echo again.
Basically, it's going to be cheap again next year, but it won't be as cheap. But it will be.
It'll come down some. It'll come down some, though, probably.
Yeah, but it's probably going to go up the rest of this year.
They'll probably phase it out next year.
What the heck are they going to replace it with? One of those HFO refrigerants or some other BS like that?
I have no idea.
H2O is what it's going to be.
They've been talking about phasing it out, you know?
I know they're whining about the global warming potential, but even that's kind of bogus in my opinion.
Well, the guy that started the Weather Channel, he's got a big thing going on. He's trying to say that the whole global warming thing's a big farce.
Well, you look at the ozone hole that was supposedly open over Antarctica. It closed up. Well, I think what they won't admit is that it had nothing to do with the release of CFCs and HCFCs or that chlorine atom crap. I think it was just a natural phenomenon that scientists, you know, cried wolf about. And so here we are with HFC refrigerants, you know, that are blends when we could have had a azeotropic, you know, like R22 or something like that. You know, it's this higher pressure that's causing all these leaks, I think.
Yeah, it's not a good situation with the higher pressure, that's for sure.
Doesn't help, but I think it's a lot of manufacturers too.
Well, the copper's a lot thinner now than it was, I'm sure, you know, and it's not as thick.
Everybody's cutting corners. They got to save money.
Microchannel was the biggest joke going.
Well, God, you give the manufacturing and you give the government a couple more years, and the next gas to come out with that stuff's going to be running. If they keep it the same trend, it's going to be about 220 or so on the low side and 800 or 900 on the high side.
There's the echo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who can it be, Ralph?
I don't know.
Probably you.
It's not me.
Ralph, you can just mute people and.
Yeah, but there's only just a couple of us left. There's Chris, who's not in here, but it's not him. I don't think.
Maybe it is. Maybe
I'm in here.
Oh, you are? Well, I just muted you, Chris. Nope, and the echo's still there. So you.
Here, I'll mute myself.
Nope, echo's still there. Steven, it's Steven. Everybody else is muted except for Steve.
Wait, I'm gonna mute myself.
Well, nobody can talk because everybody's damn muted except for me. Yep, it's Steven.
I muted myself and you were still echoing.
Well, everybody else is muted except for you.
Someone's playing a video.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute.
Yep.
Check.
Yeah, it went away.
It's probably just coming back through his speakers.
Yeah, it is.
I'm on Bluetooth, so I don't know how it would be on mine.
It's not. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have two open. It's technology. It's nothing that he can do.
It's coming through his speakers a little bit.
Hey Ralph, did you ever try that?
It's echoing again, Mama.
You gotta give us the next level, Steve.
I gotta make some T-shirts of that next level.
You could sell them on your.
And on the back it needs to say a real working man.
Yeah.
Steve, I do think you would make some money on that.
You would.
Yeah, I gotta start a a website. That'd be cool. Get some T-shirts going and all that stuff.
Start selling merchandise.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that you can even sub out. You just leave your part out of it, and
HVAC certified dog sweatshirts too.
they make it and they send it, and you don't even have to do anything. You just get paid.
Yeah, I might look into doing that. It's just one more thing to do, though. I got so many projects going on. It's like, man, I can't even finish what I got on the table here.
Well, it's because you got trying to build a damn compound for the chickens.
It's pretty much built now.
Now you'll be adding a 2-story. You'll be adding a second story on before we know it.
No, I got too much shit going on now. It's like, holy cow.
You gonna air condition the chicken house?
We'll put some window units in there for them.
So they probably don't need it up where you are.
Nah, they're all right. It doesn't get that hot up here, to be honest with you. And I got all windows in the coops. I got them all open and everything. They're fine.
Yeah, they're chickens.
They're outside during the day anyway in the runs. They're not in the coops for the most part. They're outside. And they got shade and I got plenty of water there. I give them fresh water every morning. They're all right.
They eat a lot?
Oh, man. Do they eat? Holy cow, can they eat?
I heard that
they're pretty comical, though. I go out there and I throw worms out there, and they used to see them grab them worms, fight over the worms. Them guys will eat anything.
I heard that it's pretty easy to I've never done it before. I mean, I've cut up a whole chicken that I bought at the grocery store, but I heard that it's pretty easy to go from a live chicken to one on the table. That you just gotta pull the stuff out of the guts out of the middle of them after they're dead.
Well, usually, you cut the heads off and you drain them and drain the blood out first, and then you have to you gotta open them up. You gotta do it a certain way. There's a lot of videos on YouTube on how to do it. You have to cut them a certain way because you don't want to cut the shit tube, and you gotta clean them out properly. It's a lot of work, and you gotta dip them in hot water to get the feathers off.
The feathers off, and then you gotta sink the feathers.
You boil water and then you dip them in the hot water, and then the feathers will come off.
Exactly.
But Steve, it's a lot of work to prep a chicken. Don't think it isn't, Now,
Steve, the ones you have in your freezer, did you prep them before you froze them, or do you freeze them with feathers, or how's that work?
No. If I did kill some in the past, I usually don't bother anymore. It's really a lot of work, I think, for what you're getting out of it, because they're egg laying chickens. They're not like regular meat chickens. There's a big difference.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easier. It's easier for you just to go to the damn grocery store and buy chicken, isn't it?
Yeah, but not only that, it's an egg-laying chicken. The ones that I have, there's not a lot of meat on them, and if you do cook them, they're like flipping rubber. You got to kind of just cook them in a crock pot. If not, it's not like a meat chicken. A meat chicken they only grow for 16 weeks or whatever it is, and then you kill them. They don't live a long life, the meat chickens. But the chickens I got, they're 2 years old and stuff, and they're going to be like rubber.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah. It's not the same.
How many eggs does your mother gooses make in a day?
I'm getting like 4 dozen.
Is that like 1 egg per chicken or what?
Well, no, I got a bunch of chickens that aren't even laying eggs yet, so.
That's not
4 dozen a day? What the heck are you doing with 4 dozen eggs?
Well, I got people that buy them, or I feed them back to the chickens. See, chickens need 16% protein, so I give them the laying pellets, which have got the 16% protein, but I give them also lettuce scraps and all kinds of other stuff, bread, and so I got to supplement protein for that other stuff I'm giving them. So I have to give them protein also if I'm giving them all this extra stuff. So sometimes I'll get stuff from the meat market. I get for free, and beef or chicken, or what, I'll boil that stuff up and make hamburger out of it. Or sometimes if I got extra eggs, I'll hot boil them or scramble them and throw that in the feed also. They'll eat that stuff right up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. You also give them can you give them like whey protein or anything like that, or no, not really?
I could if I want to. If I do have some stuff like that in the cabinet. Sometimes I'll throw some of that in there. I try to, give them the extra protein, especially if they're molting or something. They need extra protein to grow their feathers back.
And you can also judge by their like eggshells, right? Because like their eggshells be nice and thick. Your egg's probably harder to crack.
That's got to do with the calcium. You got to give them oyster shells for that. Or I actually, clean the shells. I keep them, rinse them, and I give them back to them. The old shells. Grind them up, turn them into dust, and put that in their feed.
Oh wow, they can eat that. I didn't know that. That's pretty good. And I know that you go to the grocery store and you get eggs, and those shells are sometimes they're so thin the eggs are just falling apart. Other times you buy like organic, quality eggs, and man, you got to whack that against a fry pan or something to break it.
Yeah, because some of the feed that they add oyster shells, in there to help that thick shell scenario. I got all that stuff in my feed shed. I usually mix up a nice little batch for them in the morning. I'm making a lot more work for myself than I really need to with these chickens.
Yes, you are.
Well, they're living a good life, they're living the dream.
Steve loves his chickens.
Hey, you get 4 dozen eggs, man. I would trade it for 4 dozen eggs.
I wouldn't know what to do with 4 dozen eggs. I buy like a dozen eggs, and it lasts like 2 weeks in the refrigerator.
I would eat more if I could, but breaking the bank.
My problem is most eggs I eat are from restaurants.
Well, it's like anything else. You feed these chickens well, the eggs are going to be better than if you're just feeding them regular laying pellets. It makes a difference. And I got hooked up with this guy, this Frito-Lay person. He giving me all these free chips. After the chips go out a certain date, he gave me three cases last week. I ground them up in the food processor, all Doritos, and I was mixing that in with the mash. You should see the mash smells like Doritos.
No, they'll eat Doritos with cheese and everything?
Chicken eat anything. You kidding me?
I thought they were more picky than that.
No, shit. Chicken's like a little pig. I throw cooked chicken wings in there. You should see them fight over the chicken wings. They grab it and run off like it's a football. They're all chasing each other for it. It's comical. Oh yeah. Or if you throw worms in there, big night crawlers, one will grab the big night crawler, take off, and then all the other chickens are chasing the one with the big night crawler around the run. And she's off, taking off, trying to, save that for herself. It's comical. It is fun. It is comical.
They eat like bugs and things too?
Oh yeah, bugs? You kidding me? Snakes? They'll devour a snake. Any kind of bugs, ants, anything. They'll go right at them. Termites? Holy cow! They'll go right after that stuff.
I guess it's good protein for them.
Actually, the worms are good protein, so I should probably try to look into getting more worms. I got these like cloth tops that I put out on my driveway, and when it gets wet out, all the worms stay right underneath those tops. So it's not a bad idea to draw the worms out of the ground, put them tops down, and if it rains, it gets wet, and I just lift up the tops, and there's worms everywhere. So I'm gonna look into.
I saw a video on YouTube where a guy put like an electrical current on like a pitchfork or something, and all these worms just start crawling out of the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things you could do, but I don't know about that electrical stuff. I don't know.
You got to be a licensed electrician to do all that.
Oh, you can get shocked too doing it too.
Yeah, I think it was an electrical fence unit or something that they were using, but I don't know.
It's some redneck ingenuity is what that is.
Yeah, I think there's probably easier ways to do it than with electricity, getting worms out of the ground.
Well, birds don't seem to have any problem.
Well, those top things work pretty good because I've been getting quite a few worms out of them. So I might expand that, do that a little bit differently.
So when it's raining, you put tarps over the ground, and then the worms come up under the tarps.
No, I got these tops I got from a picket fence that I had bought. It was kind of like something that you couldn't see through this fencing. It was kind of greenish, and it was like cloth almost. And I laid them down on my driveway, and I got this stone driveway. And when it rains, it holds the moisture. And then all the worms, I just pick that stuff up, and the worms are like under there, like continuously. So I kind of stumbled upon that idea, and I might just expand it and just keep those tops out there on the driveway and move them around and pull the worms out of the ground.
Gotcha. Oh, I meant to ask you too. What gloves you buy? Because I know that you wear gloves for hours and hours. Whenever I find gloves, they always seem to break.
Well, I don't leave them on for long. I, put them on for each job, and just if they rip, take them off and put a new set on.
Yeah, for sure. But which gloves you find work the best?
Oh, the blue ones there, powder free.
Yeah, who makes them? I know they're just a nitrile blue glove, but I mean, I'm like, who makes those?
Well, I get them on eBay. I look around for a good deal, and I'll buy a case. I'll buy some, and if I like them and they're strong, I'll buy cases of them.
So you don't have any particular one you're buying, you're just buying different ones.
Well, yeah. Say if I buy one and it's good and I'm happy with it, I'll buy 8 cases of that thing. There's 10 boxes in a case, 100 to there's 1,000 gloves in a case, so that'll last me a while. Like right now, I'm pretty much starting to run out of gloves, so I'm gonna have to start looking for some more. I think the last one I paid like $4.50 a box or something like that. It wasn't a lot. Some of them are up there $7-8 a box.
Yeah, the last ones I liked were these black nitrile ones that were like, I don't know, they're pretty thick, but they call it the diamond or black diamond, or I can't remember.
Probably $10 a box, right?
Oh, they were like $14 a box.
Wow, yeah. See, you don't need them that thick. I know I don't, because I don't keep them on that long.
No, but they were good gloves, Steve. They were a glove that you could just.
I just buy the cheapest one.
I'll pay $4 or $5 because I go through a lot of them. So I'm not going to pay $15 a box.
Yeah, well, I guess it's good when you're plumbing because it keeps the nasty water off you.
Yeah, usually what I do before I even go in the house, I put a pair of gloves on before I even pick up my toolbox. And for the most part, I use one pair of gloves per job. But if it's nasty or it's a toilet replacement or a drain, I might go through 4 or 5 on one job. It depends how bad it is.
Some of those houses in your videos are super nasty. So.
Oh,
yeah, like that one where we had to run that blue PEX pipe in that bathroom with all the plumbing on the outside of the walls. That place was disgusting.
Yeah, that lady that lived there, her husband's mother died, and they moved to her mother's house. So they're out of that place now. She's gonna sell it cheap, and somebody's gonna try to fix it up and flip it. She said, "I'm assuming that thing needs a lot of work." That house.
Oh, I learned something on that. You were saying that the brass fittings aren't good because then they fail, they go all bad or whatever. Brass fittings bad.
On PEX, you're better off with the plastic.
Gotcha. But I mean, in general, brass is not as good as copper, is what I think you were saying in that video, right?
Well, it'll get brittle over time. Brass over time will get brittle and break. It could break right at the threads.
Okay, where copper don't do that. Not so much anyway.
Some of the stuff I'm talking about, it's been in over 100 years. That shit is brittle.
Oh, okay.
If you see brass pipe in a house, it's been there a long time.
Gotcha. Well, also cast iron pipe is, or I think they call it galvanized or something, didn't they, back in the day?
No, we got a lot of cast iron around here. Cast iron will rot out after a while too.
I just had to help remove some cast iron this week.
So when I'll buy the coupler. I'll buy a plastic coupler based on your advice.
That's what I would do. I'd get I don't think you can buy the brass ones anymore.
Okay, and then I'll bring it 2 rings, and I'll do them side by side, not on top of each other.
Yeah, if you do that, it will never. You guarantee, almost guaranteed, never to leak it. So it's not going to leak.
And I'll keep the number of connections to a minimum. So I only need one coupler. I'll rip out the other piece.
Yeah, just put a coupling there where it's split. Just cut out the bad section, get a coupling, and get four rings, and just crimp it.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, and then if it splits again, you just do it again. You know, but obviously you're gonna need to.
I'm gonna insulate.
Move that pipe, or it's gonna split again. You know, when it gets cold out.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, that wall's not insulated. And the garage it's not really heated, but that garage never fell below maybe 45, 50. It's above freezing. So I'm just going to insulate it so that the pipe is on the interior wall. So hopefully the pipe will never get below freezing again.
Oh yeah, there you go. Try that out. Yeah.
I'm gonna try it. If it breaks again, I'll reevaluate.
Either that, or maybe you can drain that pot down in the wintertime. You're not using it in the winter anyway, right? Outside faucet.
Oh no, but I put this. I don't know if they do any good, but I put that foam faucet thing over it too, and that didn't help at all.
They don't work.
I don't know how to drain it because it's connected with the rest of the household water. I'd have to have like a shut-off valve, and then I don't know how to get air in there and not in the rest of the lines. I'd have to have like a T or something with another bleeder valve. I don't know.
Yeah, just put it shut off down below with a bleeder, and then you could blow it back with air.
There you go.
From the faucet.
They make the frost-proof faucets too.
What's a faucet? How does frost-proof faucet?
It's so long, and then the where it opens and closes is supposed to be inside of a conditioned space.
Say if it's a frost-free and it's an 8-inch frost-free. The wash is in 8 inches from the outside wall. So when you shut it off, that's pitched out, the water drains out of the faucet. So it can't freeze because the wash is inside 8 inches in the heated area.
Instead of the washer being outside.
As long as it takes to keep the hose off. A lot of people will leave the hoses on them, and then they freeze because there's water in them.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the faucet froze. It was the PEX pipe that connected to the faucet. So either that or that was the weakest point, and that's what blew out anyway.
But anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I gotta do some editing to my videos. And
another quick, smaller plumbing question. Aerator on a faucet. I got a bathroom faucet, and the aerator's completely flat. The old ones used to be able to unscrew them. It's got debris and crap in it. How do you get that out? Is there a special tool that I gotta buy that unscrews that aerator?
It's flat.
Yeah, it's like it's up in the faucet. It's like up inside and flat or something like that.
Yeah, when you buy the faucet, it comes with these little plastic adapter things that go with the faucet. There's green and blue ones. It's probably one of those, a newer faucet, and it's like a little square thing that you stick up inside there. It's got little dogs that catches that aerator and backs it out.
Perfect. That makes sense because I got one in the kitchen, but I don't have one in the bathroom. So.
Well, when you bought the faucet, it probably came with that in the box. It's a little green-looking thing.
Yeah, the installer never left them, so that's nice. I don't know what brand faucet it is.
Yeah, but you got to get one of those. I got the different. There's a green one, there's a blue one, there's a couple of different kinds.
I got a blue one for a Delta, but that's not the problem.
Did you try it?
What?
Did you try it?
Yeah, it doesn't fit. It's a different size. That one.
Try to get one of the green ones on eBay. That might work.
Okay, I'll do that. I just wish I knew what brand it is. It doesn't say Delta or Moen on it. I don't have a clue what the hell brand it is.
Yeah, I think there's only a couple of different ones. I try to get a green one.
I'll get a green one. Thank you, sir.
All right. I'll see you guys.
Hey, sleep well, bud. Bye.
Later, Steve.
Yeah, take it easy.
So that was helpful. I'm gonna buy me a green one.
Yeah. I don't even know what y'all were talking about. Just the aerator.
Well, a lot of new faucets, they put the aerator up inside of the faucet where you can't just externally reach it and unscrew it. So you need a special tool.
Nate, I use my my heat. Actually, I use it quite a bit. Believe it or not. I mean, it does get cool here.
Right now, here it's 74 degrees. I mean, of course, admittedly, it's June. It's not, January.
Right.
Well, I'm probably going to get out of here because I got nothing left really to contribute. But I'm glad I spoke to Steve because I know now I'm double ringing it and using the plastic coupler.
Yeah.
See, and that's something that's based on experience. That's someone who knows what the hell they're talking about, not some jackass just doing the work.
That's true.
In fact, I'm doing that tomorrow. All right. Well, hey, I gotta get out of here, Ralph. Hey,
right.
Nice video with that dampener, sir. That was awesome.
I appreciate it.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Wow. Yeah, Nate, I do use my heat a lot, and what you were asking me a while ago, that was a lot to talk about in a text. But yeah, it locks out. It will not start if it gets below 22, but it will run till past 22. So if it's running at 24 degrees and it running and it drops to 21, it will still run. It just won't start up.
So if it was to cut out, it reached capacity, it wouldn't start back up until it got above.
Right, until it got like 23 degrees.
Is there some kind of safety reason for that? Is it?
Yeah, it just has something to do with the compressor.
Oh.
I don't know why, because other mini splits do it, but our other inverter compressors will do it, but it just has something to do with
right. It seems like a crankcase heater or some type of heater on it would keep.
Oh, it has a crankcase heater on it because actually, if it doesn't start up after like so many minutes, I actually get a fault, not on the thermostat, but it's in the fault codes.
Does it have like I did the Rheem inverter class, and they actually use a set of the motor windings.
Right. Well, I'm not for sure. No, it's they call it a sump heater.
Right. That might be the same type of thing.
Yeah, it may be. I don't know. I didn't ask about it. But that's Copeland compared to Toshiba, so not quite sure. I mean, I'll ask the next class I go to, but because I'll continue going to the classes.
Yeah, I like going to classes.
Yeah, it's I never thought about doing Rheem inverters, but because I'm happy with mine, I just need to get my overheating taken care of.
I don't know. I mean, I like Rheem, but I don't know if their inverters are up
Not
to
yet.
where everybody else's are.
Yeah, not yet.
And plus, I live in Pennsylvania, so the possibility of somebody wanting a air conditioning inverter is super. I don't think it's as feasible as it is in the South.
Right. Now, let's see. He said the warehouse said that Tempstar was ICP's flagship tag over Heil and Comfort Maker. So he thought maybe it was just on the Tempstar. No, it's on every brand of theirs because there is no flagship to ICP. It just depends on what area you're in, because like day and night is popular in California or on the West Coast, where it's not popular over here. So it just depends on where you're at, because they're all made on the same line, so it doesn't have anything to do with Tempstar or Comfort Maker or whatever. It's just basically the same unit. It is the same unit. So yeah, it's all the same. How does the AC company choose a brand? Well,
supply house.
It's the supply house, and then some choose a brand because it's easier to sell, like Train or Carrier, names that are recognizable. The bigger companies will do the big name brands because it's easier for a sales guy to sell it. So that's why. Yeah, Arco Air. Actually, my supply house used to be Arco Air, but somebody else in the area was selling Arco Air. United. Yeah, United. And United was complained to ICP because they were too close to each other. And so ICP said, yeah, you're going to have to get rid of the Arco Air and start selling day and night.
But it's the same thing.
It's the exact same thing. Exact.
I just had a recent job where I think the unit was a Heil, and it was an emergency call. It was on a Sunday, and I called like 3 supply houses, and finally United Refrigeration picked up the phone, and I was able to get it was a part for a Heil, but
right.
it's it's just crazy. I mean, I actually kind of like that they're all.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Because that's like the supply house that sells Heil, quote unquote. Nobody answered the phone for the emergency line, so I was able to call somebody else.
Right. Well, that's like my supply house. They were talking about their Johnstone quit selling ICP, and they had all those parts and were charging like $50 to do warranty.
Yeah. Eric was saying that.
Yeah, Eric. And so mine. So it's funny you asked that, Nate. What happens is if I go to the day and night website, it doesn't matter which website you go to. Like if you go to goheil.com or godayandnight.com or go Timstar or go Comfort Maker, it doesn't matter because that warranty paper is all the same. So you could put, if you're on the Comfort Maker website, you could say you did day and night, and it doesn't matter. No, well, yeah, they did. They said that they tried to do, or no, they didn't try to do. They just figured out they didn't need to do a fully variable speed. That and actually Brent was talking about this the other day, that he's done several green speeds, and he likes the 5 speeds better because the 5 speed will modulate down to 25%. Where the green speed, which is fully variable speed, will only modulate down to 40%. So in that case, the 5 speed is better.
So they don't have a fully variable heat pump?
No, they do have Carrier. Carrier does. Which they're all the same. The
right.
Except for the language. So the computer language is different on the Carrier and the ICP, even though they're made on the same line. Even though they're made on the same line, they're different boards, so they have different languages.
Right. I was just confused by something I read in the chat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Rude. I did. No, actually that was a Ream.
Nobody in my area sells Rude. They only sell Ream.
Really?
Yeah. At least I can't find anybody that sells it. At least it's not their main brand.
Right. Well, we have the supply houses. That's their main brand is Rude, and then we have another one sells Ream.
Yeah, I would love to be able to. I like Ream, so I would like Rude or Weather King, but I can't find anybody else to sell it.
Huh. Did you go on their website and look?
No, I need to do that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, go in there and see.
I got time right now, so.
Yeah, well, Baja, how was the house new when you bought the house, or was it used? And there may be a problem with just the unit itself. there's so many different variables. Ductwork and all the other stuff that goes along with it. 1,500 square foot, zero shade. Let's see, 1,500 square foot.
Well, and it all depends on the ductwork too.
Yeah. 1,500 square foot.
And what part of the country?
Indiana. Yeah, I would think that in Indiana, 1,500 square foot house of 2.5 ton would be good. Yeah, there you go, right there. It's a manufactured home, so.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. So, it's manufactured? So does that mean it's like a mobile home, or does it mean it's like a? Because I've been in some homes that were manufactured, but they look like regular houses. Oh yeah. Why don't you do a package unit and get rid of that thing in the closet?
I know in my area we have a lot of oil and a lot of. It's super cold here, so they would size ductwork based on heat and not cooling. So if you ever try to go in a property and try to put AC in, a lot of the ductwork just won't handle it according to the size of the house. So you have to undersize the AC just to even get them some cooling. It runs longer, but it's not going to freeze up on them.
Wow. One company. So hardly any package units there for residential. It just depends on your area, I guess.
Yeah, in PA it's the same. Nobody. You have a package unit on mobile homes, but other than that, everybody has basements.
Right. Oh, so you're in PA?
Yes.
There's some houses here with package units, but
well, I'm originally from Alabama, so
yeah,
I saw it a lot there. But moving up here, it's barely any.
Yeah, the problem, Nate, though, with like he lives in a mobile home, it's that ductwork is so bad, and I'm sure it's just that aluminum ductwork. And you know what? A heat pump would work great up there. I mean, up to a certain temperature.
Lancaster, PA.
Worst job stories. Actually, you know what? How you said it's 1,500 square foot. Actually, doing a mini split, like a 3-zone mini split, would work great. Or 4-zone. That was probably your best bet. You get rid of all that poor ductwork, and it would be their best bet.
Which insulation and windows ain't worth flipping mobile homes either.
Well, that's true too, but
Because I inherited when me and my wife got married, and we had company come in and they drill these little holes in the wall.
Yeah, right.
And fill it with that blowed in stuff. They run them tubes down through the wall and then
Yeah.
they come back, patch it. And my sister, everything in my house works a whole lot better since I had that done. But yeah, the ductwork ain't worth a flip though.
No.
Nope.
On mine, I took all my little vents up and got me about I guess a 12 inch, one of the longest sawzall blades you can get.
Right.
And I just stuck the blade down through there, cut that aluminum crap out of the way, pushed it both different directions, and then cut my belly, and then I run my trunk line underneath there and stuck regular boots and everything back up in the holes.
Yeah.
That's probably the best thing you could have done for it.
But I know Ream, they're supposed to have when I was working with Associated up here, they went to a Ream class and they was talking about they got a downflow system, the high static blower in it, and they said that's the ticket from old homes, but
yeah, Lancaster.
Well, that's the whole deal is getting a system with a high static blower in it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Ralph, with that damper you did the video on, you were talking about fixing airflow. You might be able to fix low airflow, but you're still gonna have the return, right? So like if you were trying to
that damper, what it does is it tries to maintain a half an inch of static. So when that damper's closed, we got an echo. So let's see, Stephen, I'm gonna mute you for a minute. All right. Let's see, is it still there? Anyway, so that thing's trying to monitor, or not monitor, but it's trying to maintain a half an inch of static, because that is what that damper is set at. So when you first start it up, it's going to check that system, and it's going to decide. It's going to say, yeah, the system is undersized, or the static is high, so I'm gonna bypass this much back into the return and relieve some of that.
Right. Yeah, like I was talking about, we have a lot of systems here designed for heating. And so trying to, like recently we just I quoted a system for, I think I quoted a 2-ton, because there was really only 2-ton worth of ductwork.
Right.
But if you did a load calc, they probably could have used a 3-ton.
Right.
But the ductwork wouldn't handle it, and they weren't going to pay for the ductwork. So I was trying to find ways, if that damper would help alleviate some of those problems.
It would, but you would have to add a
I mean, you really need to add. Yeah, okay. You really just need to add ductwork to fix the problems, but 2-story home, people don't want to open up walls.
Yeah, but a 2-story home, it's not going to cool the upstairs very well.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And even then, I didn't want the job, but you can't just tell somebody you don't want to work at their house. You just quote it high and hope they go with somebody else.
Right. Well, you could tell them, say, look, unless you're prepared to do this ductwork, the extra ductwork it's going to take to make your system work properly, I really would prefer not to do the job, because I don't want the liability of the job not working properly. And then you calling me saying, well, I don't want to own it.
Right, absolutely. Well, and I tell them that, and I give them a quote for a 2-ton unit or 2.5-ton, whatever it was.
Right.
And then they get, well, we just talked to these contractors, and they all say that it needs 3 tons. Why aren't you're the only one that's not quoting the 3 ton? It's like, well, those people didn't look at everything. They're just salesmen,
Right.
And so then you end up looking like the
the bad guy. I know. I've been.
Yeah.
I've even showed people on where it was documented how much each ductwork carries, each
Right.
size carries, and they still don't believe you.
Yeah. And it's not a big deal. I don't think they're going to go with me, so it's fine. It's less headache, but
right.
To combat those situations, I was trying to figure out workarounds.
Well, we're going to have the guy, the technical manager for EWC.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Zach's going to have him. Do you listen to podcasts?
I do.
On the Working Joes?
I listen to them all.
Yeah, we're going to have the technical service manager for, and he's a trainer. I've sat through probably 10 of his classes throughout the years. And he's going to be on there. We're interviewing him tomorrow. So next Friday, he'll be.
They should be up.
Yeah, he'll be up. It'll be his turn. We're doing another interview tomorrow too. So we're doing 2 interviews tomorrow. So we'll have 2 weeks worth. We kind of overbooked it a little bit.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. I mean that way it just is Zach, because Zach does a lot of work. Y'all just do not know how much work he actually does.
I mean, he's on Working Joe's. He's on the website. He's on Cowboys.
Yeah.
And then he's trying to work and do his own business on top of that.
Yeah.
Already, I can't handle my own business.
Right. Much less. Well, he's trying to get it to where he doesn't really have to work in the field anymore.
Right. Well, hopefully he can get to that point. I know I've had him do some load calcs and duct designs for me. So
yeah. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have Trey from EWC, and this guy, he'll explain all that stuff about that damper.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it.
So that thing, it took them 8 years to design that damn thing.
Just for a damper, that's insane.
Yeah, you would think, well, it's just a damper, but it took them 8 years to design it.
That's nuts, but that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. And it will do so much that most used to bypasses suck.
Yeah, weights and all that.
Yeah.
There's no way that works consistently. It doesn't seem like.
No, But the nice part about that one is it's consistent all the time.
That's
Right.
the one you recommended for me and Jack to put in that one time, wasn't it?
Well, a different one. That was that wasn't this one.
But Jack put it up. I think it's supposed to be mounted a certain way, like
No.
up and down or something. And he
No.
turned it the wrong way or something. He ended up having to go tear it back out and put it back in.
Yeah, no, all the static pressure ones you can mount just about any position, but this one here, compared to like probably the one that you're talking about, that one you had to get the system running, and then you had to turn a screw till you heard it hiss, and then it was set right. But with this one, you don't have to do nothing. I mean, you just turn your system on and push a button, and you push that button, and it sets itself.
That's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm. Nate, you said you was in Germany, but did you ever go to Cumming or Fort Hood? But yeah, that damper is bad as hell. I mean, that's one of the best things that you could have, or they could have came out with, because it fixed that system. They said that their master bedroom was like there was a plane taking off.
Oh, really?
And
You
yeah.
put that on now.
You can't even
Nice and
tell.
quiet.
Nice and quiet.
Heck yeah. What's the cost on that thing?
$225 for that one. That was a 10-inch. So it's not that expensive. for what you're getting.
Right. Well, now they can sleep without an airplane running in their bedroom.
Yeah. He said, well, I liked it because it cooled the room off in 2 minutes. And I was like, well, that's a problem.
Yeah, they pull no humidity out.
Mm. Nope. Actually, Meat Indoor did a ton of that work. Meat Indoor was the one that did that job, actually.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Hmm.
So you went back to work with all systems, huh?
Yeah, I left Green because they didn't live up to what they said they was going to do. Coming back up here to LJ and worked for a guy up here. And I said about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Tom sent me a message, said he's ready to retire. He's done turned everything over legally wise
To his
over
daughter?
to Alex. Yeah, she's done got her warm airs and everything. And Casey's taking over the new construction side.
Right.
Casey's the president, Alex is vice president. So TJ, he's pretty much done retired.
Really?
Yeah. So Tom hit me up. He said he's needing a service manager, and he said he'd like to retire within a year, sooner the better, and he wants somebody to do all the field work for Alex. Go
Well, I
out
figured
and
she'd be doing doing that job,
do what?
being a service manager.
Oh, Alex?
Yeah.
Well, she does all the office stuff. So I mean, he just wants somebody, that go out in the field. She don't like dealing with a lot of people, which I know all of them anyway from all the
Right.
years I've worked for him. And so she's, just been in the office all the time. So,
And Casey's doing the install.
well, the new construction stuff.
Right.
Must be doing pretty good because he bought a $400,000 boat.
A boat?
Docking it down there. Yeah, down there in Panama City.
Wow.
And he pays the captain to run it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, life is good.
Yeah, but I was talking to one of the install guys that's still there, that was there the last time I was working there. He said they're fixing to start a school. It's going to be a 3-year project.
Really?
Just the duct work was going to be over $1 million just the duct work to put in it.
Wow.
I'm like, golly, bro.
How many guys is working there?
On Casey's side, he's just got 2 little peon guys that, just does whatever.
But they have that bunch of subs.
Yeah, they got big sub crews.
Wow.
That they use.
I remember when they started doing subs.
And then on the service side, I got 4 guys under me. He's wanting to hire 2 more. Basically, all we work on is Liebers.
Right.
Which we started doing a lot of chillers and stuff now, though.
Well, yeah, I remember. Ask them if they remember a guy named James that used to work there. They're old James.
I think I asked Tom that one time before, and I think he said yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you asked me that one time before there. Because you went to work out right if you got the Navy, wasn't it?
Let's see. That was my first job when I got out of the Navy.
That's what I was thinking you was telling me before.
Yeah. Made me drive an old beat up Dodge van. No experience. They just handed me some plans and keys to a van and said, be here Monday morning. I was like, okay. I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
That's the way they work. Sink or swim.
Yep, pretty much. Didn't know what I was doing. I just walked around and looked at the ductwork because we were doing build out for a tenant. I was looking around at the ductwork to see how other guys did it, and didn't know what a damn control wire was going to the condenser. And Randall, ask him about Randall. He fell asleep one time. He pulled his van over on the side of 85 downtown. Pulled his van over, 75, 85.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled his van right around North Avenue. Pulled his van over on the shoulder and fell asleep.
Man, that's a place you don't want to pull over and fall asleep either.
I know. Ask him about Randall. He was the one that hired me, actually. Good old Randall. I don't know where they came up with those characters, but they kept them employed, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Tom was telling me the other day, I didn't seem like realized it'd been that long, but he's took care of that Koger Center down there. It's where CDC and FEMA and all that is.
Yeah. Corporate Square.
Yeah, he's took care of all of them, or all their supplemental Libras and stuff like that, over 30 years.
Yeah, no, because I remember I went to work for them when I got out of the Navy in '93, I believe. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, so it's been a long time. They actually had just moved to Roswell, I think, and they were. Yeah, they had moved down from Forest Park to Roswell. And then I remember when they moved to that building there now and helped them put in, because they've been in that building since probably 95, I think.
I've known Tom
94, 95.
12, 13 years now. He's been there ever since.
Yeah.
So I've known him.
What brand's unit do they have in there now? Because I'm sure they probably changed since we installed them.
Yeah, because we changed one of them out years ago.
Was it the one up in the up on the above the office? Let's see.
Because you go up the stairs and take a left, go a little ways, and take a right, and then you're like into just an unfinished area.
Yeah.
And there was one straight ahead, and there's one kind of to the right. And then you kind of walked along the catwalk, which went over Casey's office and over top of Tom's office, and there was two back there.
Yeah, one of those, I helped install. Tom was like, make sure you put a trap on that thing. I was like, okay.
I think they was all, when I first started there, I think they was all York. Yeah.
They were Yorks, yeah. Because they were selling York.
Yeah. Yeah, because CDC got on a kick. They got some kind of deal with York.
What was a government deal back then?
Yeah.
Because even the White House had York in it. It was,
They changed the carrier now.
Yeah. Is that what they sell now, is carrier?
Yeah. I mean, depends on, what job, whatever they want.
Right.
But anything we replaced in there for CDC or anything, that Mercer University Park or whatever, we're going back with carriers.
All right. Yeah, ask him about Randall. That guy was as a trip.
Was you working there when Louis worked there?
No.
He was a Cajun guy from Louisiana?
No. See, I remember Alex was just a little girl, man. I mean, just a little girl. I don't know where Tom lives. Where does he live now?
He lives up here in LJ.
See, he moved over to I'm trying to remember. Around Milton area. Cherokee County, but around the Milton area. Yeah. What about TJ?
He lives off of him and Casey. They bought like 75 acres or something like that off Yellow Creek.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just as soon as you cross over the river there.
Right.
Like if you're coming from 372.
Yeah, because they had a pretty nice place when they moved from Forest Park up here.
Yeah.
You know,
They bought that big plot of land there. TJ built a house, Casey built a house, and I think Casey's sister, I think, built a house there too, I think.
yeah. What's her damn name? She worked there at the time when I was
Yeah,
working there.
I can't remember her name, though. I've heard them say it though.
Yeah, she used to work there. And she, I think she was getting married to the locksmith that used to be below us at that Roswell office. It's funny how I remember all this stuff, but
That's like me. I've been gone from there for 6-7 years, I guess,
right.
and I still remember where all them systems are and all them ceilings and everything, Corporate Square, and all them CDC parks.
Yeah. All I remember about Corporate Square was CDC and the Pink Pony.
Yeah, yeah, we went over there several times.
Yeah. Yep. A Pink Pony. So anyway, man, it's almost 2:00. I gotta get the hell out of here.
Oh, you already got on that time?
How many people are 36 viewers? So anyway, I gotta run. I'm gonna close this thing out and let's see. So you guys, we will talk to y'all later.
Yeah, see you, Ralph.
All right, later.
Later, bud.